of film at the same time. One is just the vapor backdrop, the other one is all the rest of the light. Perfect cutouts, since you're just filtering out exact wavelengths and you're preserving any semi-transparent transmission. That you'll never have to chemically process film to isolate a color. You could just take a computer and say, computer, make this color transparent. This was the dawn of chroma keying.
It's called chroma key, and here's how it works.
Which you can technically use any color for, but chroma green, it was good because it stood out from skin, from clothes, and digital cameras actually have more green pixels than other colors. One of the ways we can represent color on the computer is to use a number that represents brightness, known as the luma, and another number that represents the color, known as the chroma. Then we can select that chroma number and say, make it transparent. And then the farther away we get from that number, we make it less transparent. With that simple evolution, the green age had begun. Anybody and everybody could throw up a green screen and make computer make transparent. Now I could finally make my own Star Wars movie. It turns out that green screens also kind of suck.
A necessary evil, I think, is a good way to describe it.
Sometimes literally, like, forget the green screen, it's gonna be a roto job, which is basically cutting out the part of the image that you want frame by frame.
It's not the fun part of doing VFX. The fun part of VFX is having keyed footage. Now you're playing with your action figures again.
You're gonna have issues with any heavy motion blur. You're gonna have issues with anything that is semi-transparent. You're gonna have issues with all the hair that's ever existed is gonna cause you problems. Anytime that green is starting to blend in a little bit, you're gonna have an absolute nightmare time getting rid of it because it's also gonna get rid of the footage you're trying to keep. There are solutions to that, obviously. There's solutions to all of these things, but it all takes time. As an artist, I got into this craft for the fun of it. That's a little entitled to some degree, right? It always takes a little bit of effort, a little bit of work, and the suffering is what makes the pleasure rewarding and whatnot. But we only do it because we have to.
Yeah.
And like, there's so many elements of this craft that I do because I love it, and that's not one of them.
So green screen has all these problems. Why then do I need to use a green screen for Son of a Dungeon? We have this crazy visual effects pipeline that Sam's doing, and it can take your character, relight them, put them into an environment. It looks amazing. But in order to work, it needs you to cut out the actor from the background of the footage that you filmed them on. And that's the one weak link right now that's holding the entire project back. But wait, doesn't Beeble can do it no problem? Well, his Beeble
Recently, I found myself reminiscing on the good old days of getting into computers when I was a kid. It was a whole different.
So this might look like macOS, but it's actually a Linux distro with a whole lot of theming going on. To the point where I'm actually surprised Apple hasn't complained about it yet. Hello everybody and welcome back to another video. So ParaOS is a fascinating little flavor of Linux that's been getting a lot of attention recently because of how similar it looks to macOS. But is this actually something that you'd want to use? Well, that's what we're going to be trying to figure out today. You can download the latest release of it from the website that I'll have linked down below. Currently that is 26.2 Nice Core that was last updated on February 9th, 2026. Now a little bit about this distro, it is Arch based and it utilizes the KDE Plasma desktop environment, probably no surprise there. The ISO file comes in at 3.14 gigabytes, which is much larger than a stock Arch ISO file, but still small enough to fit on a single DVD. Regarding system requirements, they are pretty reasonable. You need to have at least a 2 GHz 64-bit dual-core processor, 4 gigs of RAM, and 25 gigs of hard drive space, though they do recommend much beefier hardware, as you can see over here. The system of choice today is an old HP computer that I've upgraded a bit to try and meet these recommended specifications as close as possible. The processor does fall short of that, though it is a 3 GHz AMD Athlon. It is not 8 cores. We have 9 gigabytes of RAM, upgraded from the original 5. Definitely an odd number. HP kind of does this for whatever reason. Fortunately, I had 4 gigs lying around, so I didn't have to donate a kidney or anything. We've got a 128 gigabyte SSD, and we have a GTX 770 with 2 gigabytes of VRAM. So why don't we go ahead and switch over to the computer and get this thing installed. Alright, so this is the first screen you'll see when you boot off of the ParaOS installation media, and you see we have a few options here to choose from. The main thing you want to note are the different drivers that you can load. There are free and open source GPU drivers, and then the latest NVIDIA drivers only. You also have options down here to disable Plymouth if you're experiencing issues with that during the boot process. And then of course you have boot existing OS, you got memtest86, and a hardware information tool. Something kind of funny I noticed is under this option, you see they did not change Arch Linux to ParaOS like it is in the first option here, so they might want to get around to fixing that at some point. I've actually noticed that the free and open source drivers work on this particular system, even though we have an NVIDIA card. It's probably because it's a much older one, but the latest NVIDIA drivers I cannot boot using this option. So we'll go ahead with our first option here. And here's the boot screen. Very Apple-like, with a very Apple-like logo, a theme that you will be seeing heavily throughout this operating system. And here we are on the desktop. So yeah, I mean, you can see very, very macOS-like, even down to some of these icons. I mean, the pair finder down here, like seriously, that looks like it was just ripped from macOS, if I'm being honest. We aren't going to really go into the applications right now because we are running off of the DVD, so it is going to be much slower. So we're just going to go in here and install ParaOS. This will welcome you off DVD. You can see we also have that large cursor feature when you shake the mouse around, just like in macOS. You've got 3 languages here. We're going to go with English, and then it comes up with ParaOS Recovery. I'm actually curious to see what Gparted looks like, if this got like a reskin or something. No, it is just regular Gparted, and you see we have nothing on the drive. So we're just going to close out of that and click on Install ParaOS Nice Core. Now this is important to note. If you click on this option, it will just wipe your entire drive and get rid of everything on it. It doesn't give you any options like some other Linux distros do, to where you can go in and do the partitioning and install alongside another operating system. This will just erase your entire disk, and they make this very clear on the website. That is something that you want to know going into this. So even though Gparted is there, that doesn't really affect, you know, how the installer is going to work. So we're just going to click on continue and agree. We're going to agree again, and then we do get a disk selector. It has apparently detected the compact flash reader in here. There's nothing in those right now, but we're just going to click on the SSD. Hit continue, and then it comes up and says this will erase the selected disk. macOS does not include an option for multi-boot or partitioning. Any complaints regarding this should be directed to Apple. We simply replicate their approach. You need an active internet connection to install ParaOS and Ice Core on your device. This is actually an Apple thing too, so they are on brand on this part as well. So let me go ahead and plug this into Ethernet. And let's hope that it's got an Ethernet driver loaded. So there we go. Okay, so that worked. Estimated time remaining 18 seconds. That's pretty quick, but I just don't think it's actually going to be that quick. Oh no, installation failed. Unexpected error. Okay, please check home live user install.log for details. What's that? Oh, local time. Yeah, the time and date is way off on this thing. I do need to change that. I saw in the BIOS it was set to like 2010. All right, let's change this here to February 27th, 2026. Well, I think it's working now, but it's going to take 44 minutes and 7 seconds. Oh my gosh, we're going to be here for a little bit. Well, hello, and welcome back. That did indeed take about 45 minutes. We are booted off of the hard drive, and I assume this is going to be like an out-of-box experience type setup thing where we're going to go through and make our user account and everything. So we'll select English US, go with the US keyboard layout, and for the time zone, we will go with, let's see, Chicago, why not? So it looks like for the user profile picture, we actually have like some memoji. These look really like they're just memojis, and then, you know, the little, like these look very Apple. Let's go with this one, I guess. And we'll just put in my name here. Account name is Michael, that's fine. ParaOS machine is the computer name, that's cool. And we'll go with our super secure password. And here are the terms and conditions. We're going to totally read those. And we have a welcome animation. Okay, that's looking kind of cool. And I think it just restarted. Alright, here we are on the login screen. It actually says touch ID or enter password down here. Okay, so we'll just put in the password and log in. And here we go. We are on the desktop. We have a what's new window come up, and then we have, again, the same stuff that we got on, you know, when we were booted off of the live CD. So there are a couple options here for updating the system, fixing liquid gel, which I believe is their like liquid glass alternative or replica. And let's just scroll through the what's new here and just see what we've got. Piri, an AI-style voice assistant, but apparently is not real AI, it just feels like AI. Use it for quick commands and a more natural way to interact with your system. We've got Pafari, the web browser, an almost identical experience to the original Safari. We have X11 Wayland. Oh, they've moved from X11 to Wayland for better security, smoother performance, and a modern display stack. There's a new control center. There is a new installer. We already saw that. Redesigned dock, which, yes, does indeed look very macOS-like. Redesigned Launchpad. So yeah, I believe that this update is where they implemented a lot of the like design changes that we saw in Tahoe. So trying to kind of mimic that. Arc effect on downloads folder. Okay, that's neat. So apparently this was not a thing in here before. Improved experience, smoother animations, clearer feedback, and a more consistent feel. Ring light. When you're on camera, use your screen as a ring light. Okay. Privacy bubbles. So this is like in macOS where it will let you know if your microphone's being used or if your screen's being captured. So that's nice. Trackpad settings and Puri settings. Liquid gel, which is, yeah, this is exactly just like liquid glass. I think that is working. I mean, it is, maybe it's not supposed to be as transparent, but I think this does look, I mean, it looks pretty similar to what we have here. There is this fix liquid gel button. We can just, well, why don't we press it right now and see if it changes anything. So we'll enter our password to authenticate. Okay, well that didn't really seem like it changed anything, because yeah, this is the application running here. You see we've got like dock animations going down to the dock. What else do we have in here? Update mirrorless, update system. Why don't we just go with update system and see if there are any additional packages that we need to get. Okay, was that it, or did I enter the wrong? Yeah, authenticating as Michael, so this should be my password, and then it just immediately goes away. Update mirrorless, maybe. Let's do that first. Unfortunately, you can't really see like if this stuff is completing successfully, but I mean it does just immediately go away, so maybe it didn't find any updates. I clicked on screen resolution. that is bringing up the settings application, which you can see, of course, looks very, very similar to what we have on Mac OS. Although I couldn't scroll up there for a second, but now it started working. And scrolling down, you see it's kind of, maybe we have to wait for the animation to stop and then we can go, and I think that's exactly what it is. So I just wanted to go into displays and see that, yeah, we are running at 1920 by 1080. So how do we change the resolution? Do we not have, okay, well, we get 3 resolution options, I guess. You can't just slide it down, so we can set it to 320 by 200, 1024 by 768, or 1920 by 1080. So we're just going to leave it on the resolution it's currently on. I am curious about this pair intelligence and Piri. Let's go ahead and turn this on, which we can't do. I guess we have to click on enable Piri, so it will download that. Okay. And here is the control center, which at the moment is displaying maybe a little bit bugged out, or no, I guess that's how, it's just really close up here, and there's not like a background or anything. So you've got like do not disturb, you have some buttons here, like what is this just dark mode? Yeah, so we just turned off dark mode. I'm actually going to leave that off because light mode, though I prefer dark mode, the light mode tends to show up a little bit better on video. Well, except for when you have like a liquid gel window over another window, that doesn't look super great. But yeah, I think we're done with this, so we're just going to close out of the welcome application. We'll let Piri continue to download. I can't seem to move. Okay, there we go. Where is the edge of the window to grab this and move around? Is it just on the text? Like, that's not... Oh, okay, I can grab the edge like that to change the size of it, but I can't really... Okay, it's just over here. So over here, you can't grab it. It has to be over, like, in this... No, just right here. There's this one spot where you can grab the window to move it around. And it does kind of work in the corner a little bit, too. But anyway, you can see moving windows around pretty fast and fluid. Don't really notice any slowdown or anything. We do have, like, a window snapping thing going on, so we can make that full screen. We'll go ahead and... That just, like, made a whole separate desktop for us. So how do we... Okay, there we go. We just got that back to this size. So let me find that grab point again, right there. We'll just minimize this, I guess, and let it download Piri in the background. Okay, a couple things I noticed. It does look like the text up here, maybe that's because we changed from dark mode to light mode, but this up here is still black text, so maybe we have to go and like re-change the mode, probably under just appearance. Yeah, there you go. So we'll go light. And that still doesn't seem to change that text. It changes when you go to dark mode. Light mode, it actually changes to black, I guess. Yeah, interesting. I guess you're supposed to have a different background going on. I mean, the color here is just going to be the accent color for the controls and everything, so we can make that like green. And it looks like it just restarts the entire like window manager. And yeah, I do find that interesting how just this text here for these menus turns black and everything else is white. That's I guess that's a bug if there's not an option to change that. I mean, icon and widget style, we can change that to dark or clear. It's just set it tinted, which I assume is the default. Maybe we can actually change it because these buttons don't seem to change anything. Actually, let's look under menu bar. Oh, feature not available. Okay, so we can't make any modifications to that. How's pair intelligence doing? 27%. Okay, so why don't we minimize this? I did open up a Finder window. This pair Finder application just looks like the regular, like Files program. Let's just go to About Files here. Yeah, it's just the GNOME Files program, though they've changed the the icon to this Finder one. So it even says up here, Files. So it is only labeled Pair Finder down here. So what does the like Launchpad thing? Okay, so that brings up a little window and you've got all your applications on here. So yeah, even though they are utilizing KDE for the desktop environment, we have at least one GNOME application. It looks like we've got console, we have KCalc, so it looks like a majority KDE applications in here. You've got Kate. Here's Pafari. I wonder if, like, is this actually its own web browser? Is this just GNOME Web? I think it is. Yeah, Epiphany. Okay, so this is just a reskinned version of an existing web browser. So, okay, you've got that. We'll close out of that. We've already took a look at the Files program. Settings we have open right now. We are still, let's see where we're at. Jeez, what the heck? Okay, we got a whole, like, book here. Disk quota exceeded. Is this thing out of space already? What the heck? It should only use like 25. I mean, it said it like recommended 50 gigs on the site, and this is a 128 gigabyte hard drive, so we should have plenty of space. But let's go to about this pair just to see what it shows us here. So it just identifies it as laptop. Let's go to more info and see. Okay, that just brings up the setting program. Yeah, 101 gigs available of 117 gigs, so it should have plenty of storage space. Let's just try it again. And maybe not minimize the window this time. We'll just push it over here, and we'll continue going through the rest of these applications. So, calculator, what do we got? Kcalc. Okay, so nothing really exciting there. Photos. We have GwenView. Is this a GNOME thing? No, this is a KDE thing, but the icon has been changed. And then we have Eliza down here. A simple music player made with love by the KDE community. So yeah, another KDE thing. Here's all the credits down here. You're probably seeing a pattern by this point. And then here's Kate, which I know is a KDE text editor. And then you have your downloads thing. I do actually want to add a bunch of stuff to this just to see like how that, does that affect when you open it up. So let's go into downloads, and then can we just make a new folder in here? Maybe not. Let's try that again. New folder. There we go. So we'll add A. And okay, that did like a little download animation there. And why don't we just make a bunch of copies of this? And you see it does that animation every single time. So we got a whole bunch of those. And now when we open this, we get that nice fan out effect. That's pretty cool and very smooth too. So, all right. And then we've got the trash over here, which of course opens up in the files program. And then let's open up the launchpad again. Can we move this around, or is this just, I think this is just a fixed window here in the center of the screen, so we can't move that. But, it is like an application search thing. You've got different categories. This is like your app's launch menu. And for the stuff that we have not already seen, we've got Arc, which is the KDE archiving tool. And then most of these other ones in here just have their regular name, even though the icon, for some of them anyway, has been modified. So we've got CMake, we've got the KDE Discover application, we've got KDE Connect down here, the console, we've got software. So we have Discover and we have software, both with the same Apple App Store icon. And we've got Spectacle, which I believe is, yeah, this is a screen capture tool, so we can just do that, and we'll just save that. And cool, it's saved as just screenshot whatever.png in our screenshots folder. That works for me. Close out of that. And then, yeah, what's the deal with the software and Discover? So let's open this up. And this is just, it looks like the regular Discover program. We'll go to About to confirm that. Yeah, Discover 6.5.5, Plasma Development Team. So is this the same thing? No. Oh, this is probably GNOME software. Yeah, that's exactly what this is. Check that out. And then what else we got? Volume control. I guess that's something that's not up here in the control center. Or no, it is right here. But this will just be like a more detailed one. Like I'm sure, yeah, it shows like your output devices, input devices, playback and recording. So, and then I saw something else in here, the system monitor. This is, yeah, Plasma Development Team. Okay, so you've got that in here as well. So yeah, it seems like most of these applications are just slightly reskinned KDE and GNOME things, even if it is just them changing the icon. But for other interfaces like the Control Center, this is, something you wouldn't find like in Arch Linux just out of the box. So this is something that they've installed or maybe developed on their own. So what else can we do from the Control Center? Like this is Bluetooth. You see that does not show up very well. It seems like the transparency, I mean, it is just like the background is fully transparent. I would think this is supposed to have some sort of liquid glass or liquid gel. That is what they called it, right? Liquid gel background. This is KDE Connect. Okay, so you have a shortcut for that. This is Night light. Okay, this is probably going to be like what, flux or night shift. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Okay, so we've got that. It's interesting how it stays on this menu even though we click on this, like to open up an options menu. You also can't just click on the desktop to get out of it. You have to go up here and click that and then open it back up, and you see we have to go back up here to get rid of it again. So that's that. We have do not disturb, which is just going to like silence notifications. You got your brightness and volume controls. This is screenshot, maybe? Yep, screenshot. We'll hit escape, and then this is probably your power settings, which, yeah, will give you restart, suspend, shut down, all that good stuff. And then we can't even press escape to get out of that. You have to, yeah, go up here. So, all right, that's your control center. We've got a search window up here. Why don't we just do a search for KDE? So this will search your applications, your system settings as well. Now I wonder if these system settings correspond to this application, or is this like the regular KDE thing? Background services, okay, it did bring up a separate window here. So what if we do a search for like resolution, display configuration? That is a separate thing. This is an entirely different application than what we got in here under displays, where we just got these 3 different resolution options. So you can still get in here to specify a different resolution if you don't like those 3, and then change like the screen orientation and all of that. So is this just like, yeah, this looks like the regular KDE system setting, so you still have that on here. And here I just did a search for settings, and we have the system settings application showing up, and that just launches another instance of the same settings application. So they have like rerouted that, but you can still get to certain, like if I type in resolution again, you can still get to certain options, like the display configuration. And yeah, you can just get access to everything from here, so you don't have to use their settings application if you don't want to. Alright, well, unfortunately, after many attempts, I was not able to get the pair intelligence feature to install properly. So, yeah, we're just going to kind of move on to exploring a couple more things before we end off this video, because I feel we are kind of getting towards the end of this episode. We have explored all the applications, we've seen what it comes with. I did just want to go through some of these other menus in the settings application, because you can see for a lot of these, they just have this generic icon, and when you click on them, it just says feature not available. So there's a lot, like for screen time and focus. Game Center, I think, actually comes up with a thing here, even though it has this generic icon, so we can turn that on. But the cloud feature, wallet and pair pay, these are also not implemented yet. So it looks like they are trying to find alternatives to all of these features that are in macOS. Overall, I have to say this application is a really good recreation of the settings application on macOS. And they do have the pair account feature where you can sign in. They have a very similar looking pair ID icon here, as I assume is what they're calling this. Then you've got the menu bar up here. We went into the About screen already, where it shows your system specifications, but then you also have your shutdown options. You've got recent items up here. You have a link to the App Store. I wonder what App Store this is going to open up, because again, we got 2 of them on here, which I think is rather funny. I don't know why they just didn't, go with the KDE one, since like all of this seems to be mostly KDE. I'm actually not sure if this link even works, because nothing came up down here, and you see it's not like launching anything. Maybe we should close out of this and let's try it again, and we'll just sit here for a while and see if it actually opens up something. You can also right-click up here to get to some options. You can configure the panel, the PairOS global menu, which it doesn't look like there's a whole lot of settings here to mess around with, at least under appearance. You've got a keyboard shortcut thing there, and then About, it just says PairOS global menu, but then we have the link to Plasma Desktop. So this might just be the regular like Plasma Desktop settings. They've just renamed it, and then there's no appearance settings to modify. And yeah, you can add or manage widgets. I wonder what that'll do. So, oh my gosh, look at all this coming in. Okay, so here we go. We got some widgets going on. So, we want to bring application dashboard. We can just drag this like onto the desktop there, and then resize it, make it a little bit larger, and we'll just put it over there. What do we got for panels? Application menu bar, that'll just add... Okay, now this looks a little bit different because you can see that the text is different. Like, I wonder if this is a default one, or maybe this is the same one, just not skinned. Oh yeah, and look at that. Now it's just on top of the other the other menu bar. And yeah, here is that that like full screen launcher interface that you just got this lovely icon over here for now. It also looks like it showed up over here too. I think maybe I dragged it up here as well, but yeah, so that's your like full screen launcher thing. But I mean, yeah, we've got a good amount of widgets on here. I think, you know, a lot of them will probably just be like default, you know, KDE things, but they do have a lot of the Apple icons in here. So like we can bring the calculator, and there you go. So we can have that on the desktop. And then let's add something else maybe. This system is definitely starting to struggle a little bit to bring all this stuff up. Let's get disk usage and drag that over here. So there we go. We'll just put that right under the calculator. It's definitely still in its early stages. I mean, the fact that a lot of those features in the settings application are just not implemented yet. I think that this OS has a long way to go before it becomes something that I would personally recommend people to use. You know, if you were switching from macOS to Linux, you can definitely get a macOS theme like this on a mainstream distro like Ubuntu or Linux Mint. Those are the distros that I would typically recommend for a new Linux user, is just go with one of the mainstream distros, something that has a large user base, that has a consistent, you know, upgrade path to where they push out new versions every so often. It's more established. Pear OS here is a one-person project, according to the website, so this could end up being more of a hobbyist project that isn't really around for very long. But I'll just repeat what I said earlier. I always recommend sticking with one of the mainstream distros, unless of course you just want to throw this on a VM or a spare computer you've got lying around just to mess around with it and have some fun. But I think that is pretty much going to wrap it up for this episode. I hope you guys enjoyed this little demonstration of Pear OS. If you did, definitely be sure to give it a thumbs up, get subscribed, maybe consider becoming a patron or a channel member to get early, sponsor-free access to these videos before anybody else. But either way, I just want to thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you in the next video.
This video think you deserve to know. Do you know where your RAM is right now? You might think it's just working late at the office, but the truth is it's cheating on you with bloatware you didn't even install. And in a world where RAM is so... Do you know where your RAM is right now? You might think it's just working late at the office, but the truth is it's cheating on you with bloatware you didn't even install. And in a world where RAM is so precious, I, and ThreatLocker, who sponsored this video, think you deserve to know how much your system's pre-installed craps, excuse me, apps are impacting your performance. To find out, we bought a brand new Dell Tower Plus desktop and tested it 3 different ways. Once with the out-of-the-box bloat, once with a cleaned up install, and to make things interesting, we said yes to every single offer for value-added software that we could find in an hour. McAfee? Don't mind if I do. Razer Synapse? Sounds smart to me. Well, maybe not that smart with just 16 gigs of system memory, but we'll get to that later. First, let's establish a baseline by comparing our factory bloated Dell against itself after cleaning up our unwanted apps. Note that neither of these is completely clean, since Adobe Creative Cloud and Steam are part of our benchmark suite. Also, it's important to note that this is more of an ad hoc test, and if you want us to dive deeper, let us know, and maybe Labs will do a write-up in the future. Diving into our results, employees of Dell, you can breathe a sigh of relief. We do see a slight, consistent drop in performance across most of our synthetic and productivity benchmarks, but it's nothing that I would worry about. And as for gaming, in Cyberpunk, we saw no measurable difference in performance in any of our test conditions. But that doesn't mean that there was no impact. For power consumption, we saw a 7% jump at idle, meaning the system is drawing an extra 2.5 watts all the time that it's on. And there are aspects of the experience that aren't captured by our benchmarks that are a little worse. For example, our bloat configuration takes about an additional 30 seconds to fully boot. And then there's just the little nuisances like moving past an extra icon in the system tray and waiting for McAfee to approve everything that I do. Which raises a really big question for me. Why would anyone go out of their way to create a worse customer experience for their product, even if it is just 2.5 watts and a bit of extra mouse movement? It's like if I personally went into the package of every super soft hoodie and made it just a little less soft, which I would never do. So get yours at ltcstore.com. As always, the answer is money. But it's also a bit more nuanced than that. See, bloatware didn't start as a bad thing. I know, right? Back in the early 90s, when internet speeds were measured in megabits per hour, having software that was preloaded on a new PC was actually kind of convenient. OEMs even used included software as a way of differentiating themselves from their competition. But, as tends to happen, over time, fully functional programs were replaced by trialware that was begging you to buy it, and then by the 2000s, you weren't so much buying a computer as you were buying an ad delivery system. But why though? It's the classic race to zero mentality that keeps PC margins slim for any computer company that isn't named Apple. So in order to boost their margins, PC makers took what used to provide extra value for their customers and weaponized it to shore up their profits. By how much? It's hard for us to say exactly, but we do have one data point. Back in 2008, InfoWorld reported that Sony had introduced a fresh start option that would ditch any of the pre-installed junk. The cost to the consumer, $50, and that was on top of a mandatory $100 upgrade to Windows Vista Business. Now, I don't know if they would get the same rates today, but what's clear is that these bloatware add-ons clearly pay more than just pocket change. And that kind of makes sense when you consider how much bloatware is designed to sell you additional bloat or even sell you a recurring subscription. Now let's move on from our factory bloat and prepare our system for use by installing some common useful apps, but not the savvy way with Winget, the bloaty way. Now to be clear, not every installer is packed with crap. Firefox went pretty well. But then, almost immediately, Dell's one sin, McAfee, did the thing, practically begging me to protect my digital life with WebAdvisor. Sounds horrible. And ThreatLocker agrees. Thanks, ThreatLocker. Blocking that would be nice. But unfortunately, I have to say yes today. Okay. I don't really see anything happening, but I guess McAfee has my digital back now? All right, I'm not gonna bore you guys with the details of 24 more app installs. So with the magic of editing, we're just gonna speed through them here. But I'll stop along the way if anything interesting happens. Here's one. Fan control requires Microsoft's .NET framework to be installed or updated, but it's not really bloatware in the traditional sense. Ooh, yikes. While installing CCleaner, I got my first pop-up asking me to install what I would consider to be true bloatware. To be clear, Avast antivirus isn't known to be the worst option, but on top of Windows Defender, I already have McAfee from Dell. And you might have heard this Linus Tech Tip before, but it is not considered best practice to have multiple real-time malware monitoring suites running at the same time. What do I do with the prompt then? Well, the rules are clear. Now at this point I was thinking, I could keep going with more software, but we gotta draw the line somewhere, and these 25 apps took about an hour to install, turning our downloads and programs folders into haunted mazes of despair. As for our system tray, we're gonna need a second monitor just to see all the icons. Now let's see how much this all impacts our system performance. Ha, nice. We finally see our first noticeable drop. We're looking at anywhere from 2 to 8% worse than our clean system, which still might not sound like that much, but these minor slowdowns can add up over the course of a project. And if you like to turn your computer off at the end of the day to avoid idle power draw, you just added over half a minute to your boot time again. Oh, and on the subject of idle power draw, we crept up by another 1 watt on average. Still not that much over base, but again, this stuff can add up. Fortunately for the gamers out there, we still don't see any impact on our gaming performance. Unfortunately for the gamers though, we've yet to even touch the worst category of system bloatware, the applications that come with RGB lighting and with gaming peripherals. This is where our say yes to anything test is gonna get kinda nasty. Immediately after plugging in their keyboard, MSI prompts us for their driver utility installer. Okay, we say yes. Then we get installers for Dropbox Redeem Launcher, MSI Center, Voice Mod, and Norton 360? Well, I guess I'll install them all, except Norton, because I actually see an icon on my desktop for that already. I don't know when that sneaked in, but that's a perfect example of the kind of thing that ThreatLocker would have prevented. More on them later. For now, it's time to deck out my system with a mishmash of peripherally transmitted infections. The included software for many of these products are notorious for being resource hogs, and that completely ignores any extras that might come along for the ride. Looking at you, Norton. Oh, good lordy! A pop-up for Norton 360 for gamers just showed up in my notifications while I was installing Aura Creator. I have to say yes. So now I have McAfee, Avast, Malwarebytes, Norton 360, and Norton 360 for gamers, which all sit on top of Microsoft's own Defender. I can't imagine anything going wrong with that holy sextet. Then at virtually the same time, Armory Crate popped up, offering me some additional features, like Playground, Assistant, and Content Service. Well, who could resist Playground and those other things? Man, this was bound to happen sooner or later, and I'm totally not surprised it was Armory Crate, but this is the first time that we got prompted for a system restart. And then, almost immediately, Corsair's IQ also required a reboot. After another hour, we managed to get 8 peripherals, not to mention their parasites, finally installed, and this is where things start to get a little sluggish. Let's have a look at the lab's test report, and oh lordy, it's proper fucked, boys. Adding all this extra bloat has caused our performance to drop by nearly 16% in some of our benchmarks. That's like equivalent to a CPU downgrade. At best, we see a 6.5% decrease in performance in some of our productivity and synthetic workloads. This is gnarly. And the performance hit is finally rearing its ugly head in gaming even. Again, very ironic. Okay, it's not nearly as much as in the more CPU dependent workloads, but at 1440p, we're losing nearly 10% in our 1% lows. As for Cyberpunk with ray tracing, the bloatware caused horrific frame pacing issues that cut our 1% lows in half. So if you install every utility that comes with your gaming hardware and you don't happen to buy them all within the same ecosystem, you could be paying a serious price. Literally, at this point, we found that our system had gone from idling at 38 watts to 61 watts. That is a 60% increase in idle power consumption, all for your computer to do nothing. And if you want to save power by turning your computer off, lucky you. You just get to wait nearly 4 minutes to turn your PC on. Just imagine how much worse this would have been with a laptop. Those have even more factory bloat than desktops from our experience. Now for our last test, we uninstalled all the bloatware and fired up ThreatLocker, who sponsored this video. I mean, this was pretty important because if the cure is worse than the disease, we wouldn't really want to promote it, right? So it's kind of a risky play, but ThreatLocker was confident that not only would their software prevent unwanted installs, but it would have a minimal impact on system performance. And looking at these boot up times, we've got good news for ThreatLocker. There is no appreciable difference when it's added to a system.
Okay, hi, it's me, Adam, Idle Power Draw. ThreatLocker does have an appreciable increase over the non-bloated condition, but it's still much less than if you had a bunch of gaming bloatware on there, so...
As for our productivity tests, ThreatLocker has negligible effects while providing all of its benefits. And if any apps did try to do something that they weren't supposed to, ThreatLocker's ring fencing would spring into action and put a quick halt to it. Meanwhile, for gaming, there's no big performance hits running ThreatLocker, but it is worth noting they are there. Now, while sysadmins would normally block game installations, hey, one man's bloat could be another man's most important piece of software. That's where ThreatLocker's learning mode comes in. It scans your computer to find the software that your organization uses and automatically lists those pieces of software to minimize the impact on your team's productivity. And if they do need to install something new, ThreatLocker's elevation control allows a user temporary time-based elevation privileges without just giving the user the keys to the kingdom. Anyway, this whole exercise goes to show that you've got to pay attention before mindlessly installing software and keep an eye on your system tray for programs that just plain don't need to be running in the background. Also, if you like RGB stuff, maybe consider a unifying control program like OpenRGB so you can at least minimize the overhead. Finally, another thing to consider would be ThreatLocker for your organization's needs. Most of the users watching this channel are gonna know how to unselect bloatware. But if you're an administrator, you know that you have people who behave exactly like we did today and just say yes to everything. And ThreatLocker is a great way to keep their systems clean, performant, and secure. If you guys enjoyed this video, check out the one we did on how to set up Windows properly. It will help you avoid a lot of the bloatware prompts in the first place.
Do you ever boot up your Wii and it—
No.
Shut up. Do you ever boot up your Wii and it doesn't appear on your computer screen?
Actually, yeah.
I think that's gonna be a 100% yeah rate, because how could it? What, are you just gonna plug your Wii into your computer to play Wii games on your computer? No, you're not gonna do that because—
Oh, 'cause emulation?
No, shut up. You're not gonna do that because it's kinda dumb. And if the kids at school found out you did this, you'd be mega dumb. And what do you do when the kids at school call you mega dumb? No, you don't do that! What you do is secretly game on your Wii. What if your Wii was inside your computer, where no one had to see it, and nobody had to know? This all started in the year 1998, when I wasn't born yet. Then, in 1999, I was born. And 25 years later, I've absorbed enough lead into my blood to decide to hide a Wii inside of a computer. There are several reasons apart from shame to do this. Maybe you want to stream your favorite Wii or GameCube games on the internet in terrible quality, but you just can't stand to look at the damn thing. I don't need to go over all the reasons anyway. They're completely obvious. And to be honest, I don't really care what the best use case for this thing would be anyway. I'm just here to stick my Wii where it doesn't belong. Let's break this hypothetical marriage of PC and Wii into the major food groups. You've got your Wii, your case, your motherboard, CPU, SSD, RAM, and power supply, plus all the other computery stuff down there. But which case, which motherboard, which CPU, SSD, RAM, and power supply? Probably not this one. For the SSD and RAM, we'll just, I don't know, throw a terabyte NVMe and some RAM I found in a puddle in there. To pick a power supply, we need to know how much power our system is gonna draw. But to know that, we need to pick a motherboard and CPU. But we can't pick a motherboard without picking a CPU. But we can't pick a CPU without knowing if we're gonna have room for a GPU. But we don't know that until we figure out where the Wii motherboard is gonna sit inside the computer. And now this is where you expect me to say, well, we can't figure that out until we pick a case. But joke's on you, I already picked it. Because at some point, you just have to make a damn decision on where to start with these things. This is the Fractal Pop Mini Air. I purchased it in September of 2024, before this project was even a twinkle in my dirty Bringus eye, because of one feature.
There's like a little drawer in here. I just thought it would be a good place to hide your Wii.
So we have a case. It's not a very big case, but in my line of work, I do a fair bit of stuffing things into tight spaces, so I'm not too worried about that.
Holy f***. It's Mickey Mouse.
Our next unknown. where and how, and honestly, if a Wii U motherboard is gonna fit in here next to a PC motherboard. Oh, did I forget to mention we're actually playing Hide the Wii U? It's got native HDMI output, and it gains us an additional 4 games to play, so I figured, why not? Luckily, I happen to have a Wii U motherboard that's surrounded by a bunch of plastic crap right here. Before we go ripping it apart though, I figured I might as well increase its usefulness by an order of magnitude by soft modding it, and that's easier when it's still in one piece. Oh, and we also need to have a funeral for the Miis, as is tradition.
Corby B, DD, Guest 2, HJ, Marv, and Mr. B. Rest in peace. Goodbye forever.
That soft modding process ended up taking a really long time, mostly because of things like, it's been mere seconds and we already have crusted over snot. Cool. Why is the battery now 0? Connect the endoscope camera by what is this? The disk you attached was not readable by this computer. It's completely frozen! Come on, man! So if you want to see that whole disaster, you'll have to head over to the video on my second channel, link in description. But okay, operating under the assumption that the Wii U motherboard is gonna just kind of fit in there no problem, how are we gonna interconnect the two? You know, all that cable-y bits. Because I want this to be one cohesive emulsification of PC and Wii. Ideally, it should be as simple as opening up a program and bam, you're in a Nintendo game on your PC. No, not like that! Close that now! Don't you know they're always watching? In short, we need a way to pipe the video from the Wii U over to a window on the PC. And until Matt KC is finished with his gamepad emulator thing, the best we've got is hooking up the HDMI output from the Wii U up to a capture card that's inside of the PC. For storing all of our games, we can mount a hard drive inside of the PC case and then hook it up with a SATA to USB adapter. That should work since the Wii U can natively read external hard drives, and adapting a SATA drive to USB is pretty much all that most consumer external hard drives are doing anyway. I'm also hoping that we can find a way to relocate the optical drive over to the front, despite the fact that, you know, optical media bad! It's gonna be tricky though, since that's quite the distance to cover, and obscure ribbon cables can be pretty difficult to find, let alone find in longer lengths than the original. The final key thing that I want to integrate inside of the PC is gonna be one of those USB GameCube controller adapters, since, if we're being honest, a Wii U is mostly just a roided out Wii with an HDMI port, which itself is just a roided out GameCube with an HDMI port, and if this all works out the way I'm hoping, it's all gonna hide away really nicely with the way they did these 5 1/4 bays.
Okay, so a project like this is gonna be a shitload of 3D printed parts. Luckily for me, I've called in reinforcements from the sponsor of today's video, Bamboo Lab.
I personally purchased a Bamboo Lab X1 Carbon back in 2023 because as far as I had heard from basically everybody, it was the best thing that you could get without trading in a car for the down payment. The value was just incredible for what it could do. And gosh darn it, Bamboo went and became the value king again. This is the Bamboo Lab A1, and that big mother hubbard next to it is the AMS Lite multi-material system. It prints fully wireless, it's got a textured magnetic bed, it's got an LCD touchscreen, it's got a fully automatic poop flinger! And most dope of all, it can print in multicolor. I have 3D printed a disc cracker. It goes by the name Big Disc Energy. Oh yeah! Who would have thought optical media could be so much fun? Check out both the A1 and the A1 Mini and figure out which one is best for you by using my link in the description. Oh, so much technology! Okay, so the first thing I want to test... The first thing I want to test is if the SATA SSDs that I bought are gonna play nice with this thing. They're crucial, so probably. We're gonna be hooking them up with these here StarTech USB 3 to SATA adapters. There are many like them, but the StarTech ones in particular are the most reliable in my experience. Now let's hope we can experience some more reliability here. I've been told that the front of the Wii U is where you want to plug your drive in, so we'll just stick that right there. Format USB storage device, okay. Format. USB storage device has been connected. Do you want to format? Yes, I do. Jeez, just get it on with, come on. All right, there we go. All right, now let's see if we can install a game to it. Install content. Oh, that's quite ominous. Oh, battery's dying. Who would have thunk it? Super Smash Bros. For Wii U. Very legal and very cool. And she's off. Installation finished.
Do we have a game? You bet your ass we do. Does it start?
Nope.
DLC is corrupted. That's fine, didn't need it anyway. It's only 672 kilobytes. I'm guessing that's kind of just like a license key that unlocks the DLC that's in the update. Okay, whatever, we don't need it. Goodbye. Can we start the game now? The ID used to purchase the software has been deleted? DRM? On my modded console? Uh-oh, noob alert, noob alert. John Bringus caught trying to boot a game without SIG patches. Game starting now.
Nope.
What? Restart, and the game works now. Ah, what did I tell you? First try. Man, rip that DLC for no reason, though. Hey, ain't nobody ever said it was an easy path, avoiding optical media like the plague. So that works. Most external hard drives, like spinning hard drives, not SSDs like this, they need you to split the USB cable into 2 USB cables, one for power and one for data.
It is data.
Because the USB ports here on the Wii U, they don't provide a ton of current. But luckily an SSD doesn't really draw that much current, so it works fine on just one USB port. Makes our life a little easier. Oh, I forgot I bought styluses too. All right, but what about second SSD? This one is going to be used for Wii games. But what the f***, I hear you say? You got a whole terabyte. Why don't you put your Wii U games and your Wii games on this thing? And to that I say, yeah. Wouldn't that be cool? Unfortunately, Wii U Homebrew has not evolved to let us use one SSD. Nature had other plans. So we will be using 2 identical SSDs, one of which will be for the Wii and the other for the Wii U. And look at that, if we had one more, we could do the meme. Ah, nice, there it is. Ooh woo. All right, Wii games have been transferred. If I remember correctly, you're supposed to use the rear USB port for this. Do you want to format the device? No, that sounds completely counterintuitive. USB loader GX. Waiting for hard drive. Okay, hold on. What about the other port? That one works, okay. But it appears... Oh, it appears I'm a dumbass. It appears that we have our games. Can we run a game? Looks like it's running to me. Okay, Wii U is good, Wii is good. Well, how about GameCube? For GameCube, we've got this here USB GameCube controller adapter. It's very third-party, don't tell the purists. I think the dimensions of these third-party ones are pretty much exactly the same as OEM though, so it should be fine. Actually, what am I talking about? I'm literally the one building this. One of these USB ports is not required, but I don't remember which. So you only need to plug is one USB, parentheses, the black one. Thank you, Reddit. In goes is the black one. For GameCube, we're gonna use Nintendo. And now I think it's as simple as just plugging a controller in. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, this works great. This is fantastic. Oh, this is gonna work so well. This is coming together great. Okay, so everything works separately, but now we gotta see if it's all gonna work together. Because when this thing is gonna be all up inside of a PC case, I can't necessarily swap around hard drives and controller adapters and all that. So we're gonna also plug in the Wii U hard drive. Okay, Wii SSD, Wii U SSD, GameCube controller adapter. Can we still do everything? Oh, here we go. 2 or more USB storage devices are connected. Is this a problem? You can only use one USB storage device at the Wii U menu. Please turn off the console and disconnect the USB storage device you're not using. Okay, so that's not gonna work. What if we just hit OK? Oh. Yeah, I don't think that's allowed. Let me try that one more time. Okay, that is very much not allowed. Huh. It sounds like there is a way that we can stop the drive from being detected in a couple different ways. I have obtained the Homebrew App Store. Wow, there is a lot you can do here. System font replacer with Comic Sans. Never mind, there's nothing you can do here. This Homebrew stops the Wii U asking to format a USB. That's kind of our problem. Let's try it. Okay, only the Wii game SSD is currently connected. Wait, why are there 2? I think it's currently seeing the controller adapter as a hard drive. All right, one more time. Well, there's still 2. Okay, well, I'll just hide both of them, I guess. Wii U SSD going back in. Controller port going back in. Oh, hey, it didn't complain. Wii U hard drive and GameCube controller adapter confirmed working fine. And Wii games are still working fine. Okay, great. Now there's one more thing that whoa, why does it look like that? Oh, it's all stretched. That's weird. Okay, something is telling me that we're not gonna be able to connect the Wii SSD to the computer properly anymore. I don't know, something about that USB hide tool just doesn't sit well with me. Let me see if it's still accessible. Oh my god, there's too much crap on the desk.
Oh, that's weird. Yeah, look at that. It's showing up as unallocated. Let me try and unhide it and see if it pops up. Yep, that did it. Everything's back. Note to self, unhide the drive before I go to add anything.
Oh, wait. Hold on, if the drive is unhidden now, and I go to plug it back in, aren't we just gonna get that error message? Yeah. Okay, this is not good. So what am I supposed to do? Okay, I'm pretty sure the Windows tool that had the same name, I think that can do what we just did here. So I'll have to unhide it on the Wii U, and then re-hide it on Windows. Let me see if that works. Okay, disk has been hidden. Boom, no error. Okay, those all work together quite nicely. There is one more thing though that I need to throw into this mix. A USB switch. This way I can claim that there's both a Wii U and a Switch in here. No, this is required to actually facilitate the connection of being connected to a computer and the Wii U at kind of the same time. The way this works is that one end of it goes into your PC, and the other end of it goes into your Wii U. I'm sure that's how everyone else is using it at least. Then you plug in whatever you want to share between those two devices right here. But this I expect to kind of just work. You know, there's only one port, there's only one thing that's going to be able to use that one port at a time. It'll probably be fine. However, there's also this one. This one is dual port. That means there's likely an internal hub. I don't know if the Wii U can handle reading from the drives over a hub. They probably just have to be directly connected. Ideally, we can use the Ugreen one because while they are typically a sponsor of the channel, but not today, 2 ports is going to be a hell of a lot better than 1 because I want to be able to send the Wii hard drive back to the computer to add games, but I also want to send the controller adapter through so that you can use this with Dolphin or whatever. And we need 2 ports to do that. Oh no. Oh, this is cursed. USB-A for input makes sense. USB-A for output. Oh god, that means the cables. No, Ugreen, you can't do this, no! You're not supposed to do this. This is like having the AC cable that just has another AC cable on the other end. No, you cannot do that. When I was a kid, I found one of these cables at the thrift store, and I was like, hey, that seems really useful. I can plug one into my laptop and one into my desktop, and I can transfer files between them. And anyone that's tried that before will tell you that that's not what happens. You don't transfer files, you transfer electricity. Lucky for me, the only thing that stopped working was the USB port on the desktop. That probably should have killed both computers. So be careful with these cables, kids. Wii SSD, GameCube controller adapter. This goes into the Wii U, and then this one goes to my PC, which is off screen because there's already way too much stuff on the table. Powering on. All right, who gets it first? What happens if I hit the button? Oh, despite being unallocated, we did get the disc on the computer. And after flipping the switch on the GameCube adapter to PC mode, our controller is working beautifully. Okay, things are working great on the PC front. How about here? Oh no, the GameCube controller doesn't work over the hub. Oh no. Well, that's not good. All right, plan B. Sabrent. All right, are we working? No. Switch. Are we working? Yes. All right, well, that's a shame. Let me try one more thing. I also bought this USB hub. Maybe the hub that's in the Ugreen switcher is just not compatible. Maybe this one is. I'm telling you guys, I thought of everything for this. Hub into switch. GameCube controller adapter into hub. What are the odds? 0. Wait, we're on B. A. No way. Wait, that works? Huh. Okay, well, it's a good thing this video was not sponsored by Ugreen, or that was about to be a really awkward conversation. Okay, next. Can we plug the Wii SSD into the hub as well? And... oh, it got past the USB initialization? No, it didn't. It didn't. I thought it did, but it did not. Well, that's a shame. But it still works on the switcher without the hub, right? Yes, okay. All right, well, that's unfortunate. It just kind of complicates the setup a little. Okay. Proof of concept complete. And this was the easy part.
I am having some thinking thoughts at the moment. These are not our final components. Hell, I haven't even chosen the final ones yet. So here is our Wii U motherboard, and I gotta figure out where it's possibly gonna go. What I'm gonna focus on to figure that out is the DVD drive ribbon cable port. I don't know how long of a cable we're gonna be able to run, you know, because like signal integrity and all that. So I want that connector to stay down here toward that void. That's where the DVD drive is gonna go, so we gotta keep that run as short as we can. Which means we can have the motherboard some kind of way like this, or we can flip it around and have it kind of like this, or we could flip the orientation and then slot it down here. That connector is still decently close like this. We could even shift it forward a bit. That gives us enough clearance to plug all of our ports in. Whatever GPU we put in should still be able to breathe enough. And the airflow from the GPU might actually be enough to cool the entire Wii U. I'm not even kidding. These things don't really draw that much power. However, if we do it like this, it's going to completely block off the bottom PCI Express slot. That means we'd have to go with a USB capture card, which is fine. They're just as good as PCI Express ones nowadays for the most part. And then what if we did this? We could flip it again upside down. Now you see that looks kind of cool because of that silver backplate. I like how that looks. I really like how that looks. However, that might starve our GPUs. Yeah, they're really close to the fans. Okay, well, we can test that later. We don't even know what GPU we have yet, so it's really hard to try and plan this without the right components. I don't think it's really feasible to try and put the board here because we can't really, you know, the distance to plug into like the HDMI stuff is real slim. I know they make like really slim connector cables and we could maybe do that, but I don't know, not really sure about that. You know, we could do something kind of stupid like this. The airflow's completely gonna go to shit, but you know what? It does fit, and we do get a lot of clearance to plug in our HDMI. God, that airflow though. The Wii U would be very cool. Everything else would be very not. If it turns out we can actually extend the DVD drive cable pretty far, we could even put it up here. That would be kind of interesting, but that cable would make such a long run. Yeah, I don't know about that. I think our best bet right now is putting it down here right under the GPU. This has its own considerations because it's gonna block off some of the ports down there on the motherboard, like the front audio and the I/O and all that crap. But there's creative solutions to that. And this puts the connector where we need it to be. Plenty of room for hooking up these rear ports. Cooling is going to be interesting for multiple components, but I'm pretty confident we can figure that out. So I think for now, this is how we're gonna do it.
If we're gonna commit to mounting the Wii U's motherboard at the bottom like this, we're gonna have to set some expectations for the PC's motherboard. It has to be micro ATX, because, well, the case is micro ATX. The PCI Express slot for the GPU has to use the topmost slot on the case. We don't have enough clearance for the GPU to sit any lower than it already is. We need a USB 3 connector to hook up our internal USB devices. And it has to be USB 3 since the capture card needs that extra bandwidth. That USB 3 connector, though, cannot be located at the bottom of the motherboard. It's just such a gigantic connector. There's no chance we'll be able to fit this thing in here with the Wii U motherboard down there at the same time. And lastly, be pretty and white.
Just like me.
Narrowing it down to 3 potential motherboards, I think our best bet is gonna be the Aorus B650M Elite AX Ice. And they seriously missed an opportunity to reverse these two and just call it the B650M Ice Axe. The USB 3 connector is at the bottom, but it's a 90-degree angle one, so it shouldn't cause any problems. I've never built an AM5 PC before. Whew, this thing is bougie. We'll use this Ryzen 5 because it's a CPU. For the GPU, the requirements are pretty simple. Be white and be slim, yet lengthy enough to not die of asphyxiation. The best thing that I can find that takes up less than 2.5 slots and costs less than a week of rent is the ASRock Radeon RX 7600 Steel Legend. It's not really a screamer by any means, but come on, we're already putting a Wii U/Wii/GameCube into this thing. How much gaming do you need? Admittedly, an Intel Arc B580 would have been kind of cool, but those are currently residing in Scalp City, which makes no sense because nobody's gonna pay for a scalped budget GPU. People just take that money and then just go get something better. Wait, people are buying these? What do you mean? What do you do? Just go get this Chode 4060 or something for that money. What the? We've just about got a whole computer for our Wii U. Only the power supply is left now. The biggest consideration for our power supply is the same as any old PC. Buy something with enough watts to power everything in the computer. But considering there's a Wii U in our computer, we also have to factor in the power that that's going to be drawing.
And on that note,
how does one plug a Wii U into a PC power supply? I mean, they don't exactly have 120 volt AC outlets on them. I mean, okay, well they do, but that's an input, smartass. Well, lucky for us, PC power supplies output most of their voltage as 12 volts. See right there, 12 volts and a whole lot of amps. And if you look at the adapter for the Wii U, this is also outputting 12 volts. Wait, what the f? No, it's not. Since when were these 15 volts? Oh, no, it was the Wii. The Wii is 12 volts. Well, this complicates things. So we can't plug the Wii U into the power supply if the voltages don't match. And that was kind of my whole plan. In my disarray, I decided to contact an expert by the name of Shank Mods, who's known not only for making some of the greatest console mods of all time, but also he was in my car once. And his expert advice? Just send it. So to conduct this experiment, basically, we're gonna take this power cable, chop off the Wii U end of it. Don't worry, it's third party, its life doesn't matter.
Wire it up to the variable power supply, and then set her to 12 volts.
I would trust Shank with my life, much less my Wii U. Hello? I am having a third party moment. And... oh, hold on. What if we turned on the Wii U? I need a faceplate. I will stick the fan in there for good measure. Power on. There's no light on it. Usually the light is red if it's getting power, but it's not on. What if we just... no? Really? Hold on. Unplug. Adjust this to 15 volts. That's what it's supposed to have. Oh, yep. Then look at that. There's our red light. All right. Well, that's sad. Time to get the boost converter involved. The boost converter's job is simple. Make more volt out of less volt. And how does it do that? You're gonna have to find another channel for that one, buddy. You know it's nice when it comes with a manual. So this is supposed to be as simple as just taking our 12 volt wires and sticking them in here, and then turn on our power supply, and we'll see what we got coming out. Okay, that's 26 volts. So that means we're gonna have to adjust our little thingy here. Oh, we gotta go way down. All the way down to 15, just about 15 right there. Good enough, 15 volts. Then we plug in our Wii U power cable, and then we grab our Wii U. This is kind of terrifying. Also, if you've never seen this monstrosity before, I'm shooting this out of order, so it'll make sense at some point. Okay, in we go. This is either gonna power our Wii U or completely fucking kill it. And... huh? Good sign? Oh, it turned off. Bad sign. Oh, wait, hold on. This makes sense. I forgot, you can't pull that many amps from this power supply. It kind of sucks. Okay, we'll move it over to the real deal then. We'll plug it into an actual computer power supply. This baby can do 14 amps on the 12 volt rail, so I think we'll be okay. Please don't blow up. We're still at 15 volts. Okay, let's try it. And... fans on. I think we're good to go. All right, cool. I guess this boost thing is gonna work. Bringing this back around to the original predicament, what power supply are we buying? Our PC is calculated to draw around 430 watts, and the Wii U's power adapter is rated for 15 volts at 5 amps. Multiply those together and you get 75 watts. Add that to the PC's total, and our combined Wii C is gonna be demanding at least 505 watts. And that is a lame number. A 500 watt power supply won't be enough. 550 is cutting it too close. And if I'm buying a 600 watt, well, I'm already here. Might as well go 650. I expertly picked the first one that didn't look like a fire hazard, and now we have a Corsair RM650. I think this model's been around for like 12 years or something. But you know what they say, old but gold. Am I right? Get it? Because it's 80 plus gold? Well, because it's 80 plus gold. Because it's 80 plus gold. Well, did you see? It's 80 plus gold. Well, it's 80 plus gold. Oh, man. This is such a shame. What a nice motherboard. It's gonna feel so bad when I f this thing up somehow. Our graphic designer spec memory. First, Okay, that's actually hella useful though. No need to consult Manuel on the memory positions. The CPU. I'm pretty sure this thing is supposed to be like bad value or something, but to be honest with you, I just need a warm body to occupy the motherboard. Newegg had it for like 20 bucks more than the 7600X, I believe it was. I figured, what the heck. I can skimp on a couple 4x4s for a week. Ooh. Oh, that's very pretty. What a weird looking CPU. It's smaller in person. I thought it was gonna be bigger. Hold on. So here's like a classic AMD CPU, you know, the A10-9700E, absolute classic. But the substrate is the exact same dimensions, just about. But the IHS on the new one is so much smaller. I don't know why I thought this, but I thought that like this whole entire IHS was gonna take up the footprint of just like the what do you call these? The tentacular bits. Hold on, this one says remove. On all the Intel ones I've done, you kind of just leave that there. Wait. What is that? There's no way, dude. There's no way. Oh, okay. We're good. Just a little piece of black smegma. I was getting a little pissy there for a second. This thing took a while to show up. I don't remember if I finished my thought, but on all the Intel LGA systems I've built, this, you kind of just put the whole thing down and the black thing pops off. You don't have to remove it. So we're just gonna do that. Will it pop off? Yes. How can I apply my thermal paste in a way that will piss the least people off? I'm just gonna do one of these. Do a little bit of spreading around. There we go. That looks good to me. Oh, I didn't even show you guys the cooler. We are going with the Apponix App 1V. I've never heard of this brand. It might be very bad, but look at it. It looks kind of cool and Wii-esque. Oh, this thing is kind of huge. Holy crap, this is enormous. This is way bigger than I thought it was gonna be. Okay, this is huge. So it's kind of just your tower cooler and your fan. Wait, is this metal? This is metal!
In your lungs.
What? Okay, this is kind of dope. I thought it was gonna be cheap and small and not very good, but I actually really like this. This is cool. God help you if you ever have to replace the fan. Oh, it came with its own scraper. Garbage I found on the floor should work just as well. Take the hard mode sticker off. On we go. Very nice. Ah, that wasn't too bad. This actually looks really cool. I'm really glad I went with this cooler. Hopefully it actually cools. Let's give her a test boot. And I believe these fancy new Ryzens have built-in graphics. And we'll give her a little... And there it is. Look at my boy, all independent and stuff. He don't need no GPU. Whoa, even the BIOS is white. I've never seen a BIOS with such little seasoning. There's even a search in, what the heck? Gaming. Oh, this isn't a gaming motherboard. All right, well, save, yes. Now I get to put it in the case. It is all put together, and I gotta admit, it looks pretty damn cool. This CPU cooler is just, oh, I love that thing. There's our beautiful ass rock GPU. Its job is to sit there and look pretty and don't get too hot. I think it'll probably do that just fine. So I built it just like a normal computer right now because I can either build a computer or mod a computer. I'm not multi-talented like that. I can't do them at the same time. So hopefully this thing works so then we can get to installing all the other wee bits. And oh, there we go. There's our white BIOS. Beautiful. I have precariously placed the Wii U motherboard under the GPU upside down. I wanted to see how hot it's gonna get. Ooh, buddy. That's a little too roasty toasty for me. And that's without the CPU really doing much of anything. So, we're not gonna be able to do plate side up, unfortunately. It looks so cool and it reflects the RGB and everything, but like, God, that's pretty hot. It just keeps going up. I've come to my senses and realized that the GPU that's going to be above the motherboard is not a good cooling solution, because the fans on the GPU are not always spinning. And if this is on but the GPU's being lazy, this doesn't get cooled.
That's not gonna work. But we need a cooling solution that is going to be no taller than the heatsink itself. That leaves us with one of my favorite kinds of fans, the
Gaming turbine.
But there is currently one problem with this fan. Yeah, it's a bit loud. In order to tame the beast, we're gonna have to limit the voltage on this thing. For this thing to be at a manageable noise level, it's gonna have to run somewhere down around 4 volts. And see, that's not too bad. Nice and quiet. It also puts out enough airflow though that should still more than cool this thing. Remember, the stock fan was this. Yeah, this radial fan will be fine. I wanted to run the fan even lower, like 3.3 volts, because that's a very easy voltage to run this thing off of, because the Wii U motherboard has a handful of voltages that it provides. I think it's 15 volts, 5 volts, 3.3 volts, and then like 1 volt. And we gotta figure out which one of those voltages to run this thing off of. 3.3 is nice and quiet, and we're still getting a decent amount of airflow. But the problem with 3.3 volts, watch this, I'll turn it off, and then I'll turn it back on. See, look at that. It can't kick over. But if we bring it up to 4 volts, that's enough to get started. So our nearest neighbor to 4 volts is 5 volts. To go from 5 volts to 4 volts, we're gonna need some, where are they? Some resistors. I'm no electrical engineer, but I know if you put 2 of these together in series, these are 4.7 ohm resistors, it will drop the voltage from 5 volts to 4 volts. Those things are gonna be a little roasty toasty because they're gonna take some of that voltage and just turn it into heat, but that's all right, we didn't need that voltage anyway.
So if we twist these boys up together, stick one end in the fan, stick the other on the power supply, we can now run this thing on 5 volts, but not quite as loud as normal 5 volts. The reason we're using 2 of these in series, by the way, is because they can deal with the heat a little better. I think with just 1 resistor, it was gonna get a little too hot. Now we just gotta find a 5 volt point on the motherboard and we'll be good to go. Finding 5 volts here should not be very hard. We're just gonna turn it on, connect our negative terminal to the ground plane on the edge here, and then kinda just start poking stuff. We should find 5 volts near USB ports because USB is 5 volts. And I could just tap directly into a USB port, but I was hoping to find something a little bit closer to the heatsink. So let's touch this big old thing. Oh, that's what I was saying earlier. There's our 3.3 volts. What about this big boy? That's a 1.5 volt. This one? Hey, there's 5 volts. Okay, so we'll solder our fan to the edge of this giant component here. And hopefully that's not something that I shouldn't be doing. And just like that, we've got a nice little cooling solution for our Wii U. Oh. Why is that so loud? That's not supposed to be that loud. Oh, it's smoking. Okay, hold on. Huh. So... what? Oh, it was our resistors. Oh, they could not handle that. Okay. Okay, well, yeah, never mind with that. We're just gonna take that back off. Huh, okay. Well, that sucks. I don't really know what to do now. I don't really want to pull 5 volts from the USB ports. The USB current on the Wii U is really limited. Hold on, what kind of voltage do we get out of the regular fan port? Okay, the stock fan runs at 5 volts, but clearly our resistors can't handle that. That's really weird. It worked on the variable power supply. Why did it go literally up in smoke this time? The few electrical engineers that are watching this mess, I would love an explanation for that. I'm guessing my resistors do not resist the correct amount anymore. Oh, no, they do. Okay, what if I just stuck that in the fan port? I'm just gonna kind of touch it in there. Oh, well, that seems like the right speed. Okay, note to self, this was likely obvious to everyone but me, but maybe plug the fan into the place where the fan is supposed to go and not into a mysterious component on the motherboard. I've held it here for about a minute now. Our resistors do not appear to be smoking. They're not even hot. Okay, that will do. Now we've got a good fan setup. With this thing mostly planned out, we can get down to dealing with some of the smaller parts of this build, like the cable for the optical drive. I guess small is kind of mean. It's really average sized. And since this build is gonna be above average, we're gonna need to extend that cable. Putting Wii U DVD drive extension cable into Amazon is not gonna get you anywhere, and stretching it isn't proven to work. So what's the move here? Well, I took a bunch of measurements of the cable, and I was able to determine that it has 28 pins, is 14.5 millimeters wide, and has a pitch of 0.5 millimeter. Pitch meaning the spacing of the pins relative to each other. And this kind of cable is called an FFC cable, which stands for Flat Flexible Cable cable. So if we change our Amazon search to 28 pin, 0.5 millimeter pitch FFC cable, well, look what we have here. This cable right here is everything ours measured up to be. And most importantly, contrary to popular belief, it's got the thickness. Unfortunately, it isn't even 6 inches long, but despite our similarities, this cable is still our best shot since it's the only one with 28 pins on here. I also picked up this 8-inch 30-pin cable that came with this coupler. A 28-pin cable will technically fit into a 30-pin connector. There's just going to be a little bit of room on the sides, so you probably shouldn't do it. And that cable actually showed up before the 28-pin one did. So, I let an intrusive thought win. What is a 30-pin cable, if not a 28-pin cable that just needs a little trimming? Oh, I can hear it. No way, it actually reads it. I thought that was way too sketchy to work. And then I found this super long one on AliExpress, so never mind. The front button panel cable is the same story, except this time I did the tried and true method of sticking some random crap that I had laying around into the socket, but lo and behold...
Oh, what? It just works? There's no way that just works. It just works! I originally bought these cables to hook up USB ports to the prison laptop. Who would have thought that they would be perfect for hooking up a Wii U faceplate? Just in case this cable is too short though, I was also able to find a 12-inch version, which is probably what we're going to end up using later. In order to get the DVD drive mounted up, we're going to have to convert it from the Wii U optical drive mounting standard to the PC 5.25-inch bay mounting standard. The fitment is just barely off, so we're going to have to make some spacers that fill out the slot better, as well as move the mounting holes to the right place for a PC DVD drive. I've got some of these countersunk M3 screws lying around, and they're the right length, but definitely not the right thread. It's okay. You love this. And now we have a nicely fitting drive for the worst media format. The GameCube controller adapter is next, and taking it completely apart down to the PCB is going to let us save some space, since we have to fit like 100,000 things on this faceplate. Measuring the distance between objects while trying to roughly float them around in 3D space is one of the most difficult parts of projects like this. Even with pretty precise tools, your first measurement is almost always going to be crap, and you're going to have to iterate over your design several times before you can get it just right. I got the controller port mount pretty damn close on my first test print, but the clips that hold the ports in place were just a fraction of a millimeter off, and it made them fit too loose. Luckily, the bamboo printers are so damn fast that I can just work on revising and adding new features to this part while having another one ready for testing when I'm finished. And speaking of iterating, there were a whole lot of iterations trying to get the mount for the buttons from the front of the Wii U just right. The power, eject, and sync buttons are all nicely packaged into this housing, and I figured instead of trying to reinvent the wheel, I would just reinvent the entire business side of the faceplate. Holy shit, what a mistake. This was really fucking hard. This has the potential to suck because it's still just an approximation of the real thing, but you bet your ass it beats trying to measure the exact position of all these tiny little walls. I'll admit, I had some doubts that this printer would be able to make 0.5 millimeter thin walls that didn't instantly crumble. You know, 0.5 millimeter? Yeah, that's the thickness of your fingernail, by the way. But no, look at this. These are great. It actually did amazing. And not too bad for a bed slinger. The sync button is weird in that it doesn't have an electronic button in this housing. The actual sync button is on the motherboard. And I'm not making a medieval rope and pulley system to get the physical press here to end up there, so I'm just gonna make my own sync button. We're gonna need access to the buttons on those USB switches as well, and we're gonna do that by creating a little 2-button module in the same fashion as the sync button. That was terrifying. The SD card adapter mounts up nice and easy with a little bit of double-sided tape, and it gets sandwiched in with this plate. And that right there is a mostly completed faceplate. This has been by far the biggest time sink of this entire project, and it is quite possibly the most complex thing that I have ever designed. It's true that making it so that everything can be unscrewed and removed and replaced really does complicate things, but have you ever had to unglue glue?
Speaking of making things easier to take apart, I bought this little pre-crimped mini JST connector kit to easily connect the front panel buttons to wherever they need to go, but to also be able to easily disconnect them when I need to pull everything back out again. And because of them, now our USB switches can be remotely switched from the front panel. They've also got that nice floppy wet spaghetti feel. It's not sponsored, by the way, just a cool product. Thanks, Alec Hawk. To get the sync button working, we're gonna need to do a little bit of irreparable harm to the Wii U motherboard. With some scalding hot air, we can desolder the existing sync button to reveal 3 solder pads? What the fuck? You know, buttons usually only have 2 connections. I have no idea what alternate universe buttons Nintendo is using here. But if we want to wire ours up, we gotta figure out which 2 of the 3 solder pads correspond to a sync button signal. And there's probably a correct way to do this, but I mean, there's only 3 possible combinations of wires that the button could be. So I don't know, I mean, fuck it, we'll just touch them together until something desirable happens. In our case, the right pads were 1 and 2. Tie the wires off to this hole right here for strain relief. Solder up a JST connector to pads 1 and 2. And boys and girls, the buttons, ports, and switches on our faceplate are now all functional. Wiring and routing all these cables all over the place was an incredibly pleasant experience as someone who loves it when his life fucking sucks. I'm not gonna go over all the connections in here since you kinda got the gist of it earlier when I was doing the proof of concept, but there were some real interesting and real stupid issues that I encountered along the way, mostly USB ones. Remember, we can't use any of these USB 2 headers down here because they push the motherboard too far out, so that leaves us with that single right angle USB 3 header and this Type-C header. We're gonna have 3 internal USB devices to connect, and also the pair of USB ports on the top that I want to keep functional. That gives us 5 USB devices that need plugging in. The USB 3 header on the motherboard is good for 2 ports, so with that plus the Type-C header, we only have 3 internal USB ports to work with. Hub time. I knew going into this that there would be some Type A plugs involved from the capture card and the GameCube controller adapter and the Wii game SSD, so that's why I'm using an external USB hub internally and not an internal USB hub internally. Those things also just give me the creeps. I don't know. I don't like them. I ripped the hub's face off to fit better and then mounted it up with a few zip ties because I cannot be bothered to make a fancy 3D printed bracket for this one. In order to actually hook up our hub, we're gonna adapt its Type A port to the motherboard's USB 3 header with this dual female USB A to female USB 3 header adapter. We sure as hell don't need this PCI bracket thing, so off that comes. And 2 zip ties later, we now have 2 internally mounted USB Type A ports. Using that same adapter but gender bent, we can adapt the top panel's USB 3 header cable into a couple of male Type A plugs. By plugging those into our hub, we now have functional top panel USB ports. The USB switches for the Wii game SSD and the GameCube controller adapter can occupy those other 2 ports, which leaves us with 1 free root port that's directly connected to the motherboard. Since this port is not connected through the hub, this port's gonna be the fastest one available, so it's gonna go to the capture card. I'm just gonna slide this EVGA XR1 Lite all nice and snug among the cables from the USB switches that are mounted with my most embarrassing 3D print of this project right here, and then connect it up to that last USB port. What a fucking disaster. That hub is also going to need external 5-volt power, as well as the GameCube controller adapter, and 12 volts is going to need to get run to the boost converter.
SATA hard drives, being the needy f***s they are, also happen to need 5 and 12 volts.
So if we chop the heads off a couple of SATA plugs, strip a whole bunch of wires, and tediously attach a bunch of connectors, we can make this adapter to siphon the power that's supposed to be going to a SATA hard drive for our own stinky, unnatural Wii U purposes. Hey, that's kind of like what we do to cows.
So everything is more or less hooked up now. The GPU has not been installed because it's just gonna complicate this thing even further. We do not need that right now. Boost converter is hastily mounted up right there. Funky little fan grill thing in the back is preventing some of the USB cables from trying to get annihilated by the fan. Oh, wait, why is the LED on? Computer's not on. Power on? Oh, so the LED's just on all the time? The computer appears to be powering on. Okay, it's pissy about resolution or something. I'm not worried about it. Let's throw a keyboard on there. You know which one. And then ideally, you would do your capturing in like OBS or something. Just for now, we will use the camera app. Okay, the camera app is pulling from the capture card. And now we just turn it on. Good luck, buddy. Don't blow up. Oh, gamepad just turned on. And we get video? No way. The DVD drive's going, I can hear it. Watch this, we can even spit out the disc. Yep, there it goes. And there it is. Oh my goodness, and there's the gamepad. We're booted! This is wild. Okay, there's one thing not working yet, and it is the SD card adapter. So this is a whole thing. It turns out I had to route it between the bottom of the case and like the DVD drive top, and it was not long enough doing that, so I put another little one on, but that isn't long enough to get to the slot, just barely. So that has to get figured out still. So for now, SD card's just in there. I'll deal with that later. But what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna load up the regular Wii menu. I'm gonna load up USB loader. Can't find the hard drive. Okay, so then we'll switch it. Wasn't that one? Okay, we'll switch it. Okay, switches are working great. Man, I don't know what's going on. No matter what I did, no matter how I cycled the hard drive to the PC, to the Wii and back, I unhid the partition, nothing would get it to show up. I swapped out the cable, didn't work. The only thing that's getting it to work now is using a USB extension cable to the Wii U, going directly to the SSD. And now it works. I don't understand, we tested this earlier. Okay. I unplugged and replugged the SSD and it just works. Cool. Problem solved. Okay, now I want to test to see if the GameCube controllers are working okay on the PC. This controller absolutely fucks, in case you were wondering. So we hit this switch, press this button, adapter detected, input registering. You know what? I think everything works. Ugh, now I actually have to finish it.
I want to still be able to connect the Wii U to a TV or monitor directly for a lowest latency video option, so I'm going to go from the capture card's HDMI pass-through to this HDMI panel mount plug. By dremeling out the PCI bracket from one of the USB 3 adapters from earlier, whole lot of new table lore with that one. We can fit this up to the back of the PC with 3D printed bracket number 473. I'm comfortable with where the faceplate is at now, so I think we're gonna do a final print in this pearlescent white filament. And since my A1 has the AMS multicolor system, I can print text directly onto the face of the print to give each button and switch a label. And for the labels, I was thinking this nice blue filament. It reminds me of the same shade of blue that a bunch of Wii era stuff had on it, you know, this blue. Except I'm not, because you can barely read this. Light on light. What was I thinking? No, screw the blue. We're going high contrast. White and black. That's better. Okay, just about done. However, it has been a very long time since I've put the graphics card back in, and I want to make sure that everything is all good in the graphics department. Because we've got the little HDMI bracket bobber thing there that might hit this thing. I hope not. This thing barely makes it with the Wii U sensor bar port right there. I still got to figure out a solution to these antennas, but that's not a now problem. So is everything still good in this Wii U hood? Oh boy. No. No! It hits the cover for the power boost converter! No! Oh, just barely! Oh, wait, I made this adjustable. Okay, adjustable is a strong word. Why make things with precision when you can kind of just guess and then call it adjustable later? Is that it? Oh. Oh, that's it. Oh, gotta yank out the gaming cables. Oh, come on, we're so close. These things haven't seen sunlight in a while. Why are you being so difficult to get at? It could not possibly be because I just shoved all of the power supply cables in the corner. No, absolutely not. Oh, there we go. Connect that back up. Connect that up. That light's not supposed to be on. I'm not gonna worry about that though. HDMI in the gaming port. And we got a computer. But do we have a Wii U? We'll just open the Wii U plate. Power on.
Nope.
Power on.
Nope.
Hello? Power on?
Nope.
Okay. New fun issue. If I had to guess, it would just be because of this guy. Am I right? No. What the hell? Okay. Power cycle? Oh, Christ. Yeah, that was shorting on the thing. Oh, boy. Man, I really dislike these antennas. How about now? Yep, that was it. I'm gonna be lucky if this thing isn't bricked. What do we got? What do we got? No. No. This is a little uncomfortable. Okay, I'll take that. That's good. That's fine. We're good. Holy crap, I thought I was about to have to say I'm glad I caught that on video. I don't want to have to catch that on video. I want it to just work. Okay, I need a spot for these antennas pronto. Everything else works. Shut down. All right, little bonus quest while we're here. Does the side panel still go on? Oh. Man, if that was glass, I would be so fucked. Can't really tell from the video, but oh yeah, she's got a baby bump. Probably should take care of this like raw PCB and little metal parts poking through though, because I'd be surprised if that was not making direct contact. We'll just kinda, yeah. This is the NASA way to do it. And there we go. Problem beyond solved. Man, that GPU's middle fan is so screwed. I kind of want to run 3D Mark and see what temperature it gets up to now. And it looks like we've got a GPU temperature of, oh, that's not bad, 62 degrees Celsius. I knew it. I knew this was going to be a good card to get. Look at that cooler. That is a big ass cooler for a 7600 non-XT. Absolutely mint. New cooling duct, this time with these little anchor points on it. We're just gonna stick that in there, attach the highly sophisticated mounting system. And now the reason for these anchor points is so that we can put the antennas somewhere. The whole motherboard and all that is gonna get covered up anyway, so I don't really care how this looks. Kinda put that there. This one can go here. Oh, it's beautiful. Another elegant solution from yours truly. I am encountering a very strange new issue. So I'm using my phone with a hotspot for the Wi-Fi on this thing just to show you what's going on. If we go to connect to the internet, nope, not gonna happen. However, if we take the phone and we put it right there, so it connects now, but it's taken a really long time to do it. It's been trying to do this for like a minute. However, if we then take the phone and we put it right here, okay, it's still taking forever. This worked better earlier. Basically, what I'm trying to tell you is that all of my antennas being zip tied to that thing. Oh, hey, look, it actually worked. But having to keep the Wi-Fi source, like 4 inches away, I don't know if that's reasonable. Okay, I did a little bit of research on BitBuilt. It turns out that the Wi-Fi module is the 2.4 gigahertz one, and plugged into that module is the white and black antenna wires. The black antenna is taped to the side of that fan, and I'm not really sure what it does because I freed the white wire. And now look at this, phone's over here, connection test, and look at that, we're gaming. So that white wire needs a better home. Shouldn't be that hard to figure out. Alright, I've been sticking the antenna around the case in random places, and other than literally just hanging it out the case, right under the cooler for the CPU here seems to be the best spot for it. I think it wants to be outside of the case as far as possible, and the cooler is the closest thing it's gonna get, because I gotta mount it to something. But if we run a connection test and then quickly kind of throw it right roughly there, this is easily the fastest connection test out of anywhere in the case. And this is to my home Wi-Fi. This is not to the hotspot. So I guess we're gonna have to mount this under the cooler. And there we go. Problem solved. Yeah, right, who am I kidding? That didn't work at all. I noticed a very bizarre phenomenon where if I held onto the antenna with my fingers, the connection would get better. And I think it's because the solder joint to the ground there got loose and completely disconnected. There's actually 2 wires running through this wire. There's the signal wire and the ground wire. You can see the signal wires in that little translucent jacket there. And I think the outer ground shielding got loose. So let me try and resolder that. Antenna repaired. Time to do a speed test on the only speed test website that works on the Wii U. Test my download. All right, what do we get? 5.2 megabits per second. You know, something tells me that's probably normal for this thing. And you know, I'm sick of moving this thing around. I think I'm just gonna hang it out the back. That'll be fine. You know what? The Wi-Fi works. I'm gonna take it.
This is gonna perform terrible, isn't it? So inside this box we've got the Moto G first generation. Now I've actually taken a look at the second generation of this product before, and it actually wasn't that good. The thing was slow, the battery life wasn't so good, and actually it had like rubber on the back, so will this too? Now you might be thinking, what's wrong with rubber? It helps you get a grip on your phone, but when the phone gets like 10 years old, it starts to reverse and becomes all sticky, and yeah, it's a mess. I can't believe I'm touching this thing with my raw hand, but you hear this? Yeah, rubber reversal. I was kind of thinking I could just fix it by taping over it, but apparently the tape is ripping up all the rubber, so you know what? Yeah, let's just keep tearing at it. And while I'm doing that, I'm also noticing that you can just take the back off of the phone and not use like the weird ring thing the second gen has. See, on the second gen with this stupid rubber reversal, all you can do is just take off this dinky little ring to access like the SIM card and the micro SD card slot. The first gen had it way better. And after cleaning up the back, the phone looks it's just awful. Well, thanks Motorola. I think that's enough of the phone's design for now, though. Let's turn it on and take a look at the Android version it's running. Powered by Android, and that text is very early Android, so we're at least running Android 4 on this thing, right? And immediately from the setup, I can tell we're definitely above Android 4, but we're probably on like 5 or 6. Aside from this stupid rubber on the back, one thing I really like about the design of this phone is how it's easily one-handable. You know, aside from this tiny little corner right here, but let's not count that. About your privacy, we collect and report usage information. Okay, you know what, I'm not reading this, I got something more interesting to talk about. Turns out, you know Graphene OS, right? I think they're pairing up with Motorola to make like specialized phones to sell on the market. If those come out, I'm gonna buy one. It'd be pretty cool to have a private phone that didn't rely on Google Tensor. And speaking of Google, can we log into our Google account on this thing? And yes, we can. It's actually kind of a surprise because on some of these older phones, once you hit login, it just loads endlessly and you're just locked out. AT&T ready to go. Oh yeah, you know what? I got a note when I bought the thing, and apparently this is an AT&T unlocked model. If you would like to continue your setup at a later time, tap exit and we will send you a reminder. Where's the piss off button, okay? Can you just not do that at all? And it seems like that's it for setup, so let's see what we're running on this thing. It really looks like Android 4, actually. Yeah, see, I'm not crazy. This looks exactly like an Android Holo design theme from 4.0. What version are we running on this, actually? But first, let's roll the sponsor. AkiFlow is the all-in-one solution that brings essential productivity tools into a universal inbox that kind of works like your second brain, while the One Calendar is the perfect set for realistic planning. With the included time slots, it's super easy to organize time block tasks, and even lock them to appear across calendars. If the Kanban view helps structure each day, week, or month, the natural language recognition makes it easy to plan your tasks. While Aki, the AI executive assistant, works proactively to boost productivity, improving daily habits, and creating automations with a simple prompt, and even organizing your tasks automatically into projects. Aki even offers smart nudges to improve how you use your time. Finally, AkiFlow's daily rituals offer a moment to review your daily progress and planning, while productivity stats can actually reveal trends and insights over time. Or you could just miss out on all of these and end up like this guy. So if you need to get your life back on track and you're interested in this, head to the link in the description below. Now back to the video. It is Android 5.1, okay. More and more apps are starting to drop support for things under Android 7, so it might be a bit of a challenge to use this thing today, but it'll be fun. Before we get into third-party apps though, how's the main OS on this thing? And immediately we have 4 bloatware ads. Neat. Is it just me, or does it seem like the notifications are actually getting a bit threatening with "Let Motorola assist help"? It sounds like it's asking nicely the first couple of times, and the last time it's gonna hurt me. And taking a look at the apps pre-installed on the phone, we've got AT&T and Motorola bloatware fighting it out to see who wins. I guess the first app we should take a look at is Motorola Assist. You know, it's only asked me to use it 3 times. Okay, we gotta sign in with Google. And after setting it up, honestly, the app is kind of disappointing. There's no virtual assistant inside here, it's kind of just like a proto version of the Samsung routines. At the very least, I appreciate the care the UI team put into the animations this app's got. Next up, let's take a look at Spotlight Stories. Is this like a bookstore app, or is it even gonna load? Yeah, it seems like the servers are down for this thing, but learn more. Can we read about it? Motorola Spotlight Stories delivers digital content like interactive animated shorts. What? Really? Shorts on a phone from... Wait, when did this come out? 2013 this phone came out, and they were trying to push short-form content on the users. That's actually pretty cool. This app is way ahead of its time. It's just too bad it doesn't work anymore. After that, let's take a look at YP. Make the most of your day with YP, the new way to do. Find it, get it done. Okay, so it's like a note-taking app. Good evening. What do you want to find? Oh no, we got an infinite loading bar at the bottom here. I bet the servers are down. Is he gonna be able to find me restaurants in Los Angeles? Oh, it's just nothing happens. So when this service was functional, it seems like it was some sort of note-taking app along with maps functionality where you can like track all the places you want to go to, which that's actually kind of a neat solution. I wish something like this was around today with Google Maps. Let's check out one more thing before we head into third-party apps, the camera. Dude, I don't know what was up with old Android phones that having like convoluted, terrible camera UIs, but yeah, this isn't really intuitive. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's pretty neat to have the camera settings on like a little carousel here, but I'd really just prefer like a bar with text. Now, when it comes to the sensor for this thing, you can't even cope because it's an old phone. Even for the time, this kind of just sucked. It's 5 megapixels and it can record video at 720p. And the result we get for trying to take a picture with this thing is just absolutely terrible. I mean, you know the back of the tablet's supposed to say Kindle, right? Unsurprisingly, the videos aren't much better either. Okay, so I would say that's a pretty good look at the phone's vanilla software, but what can we grab from the Play Store? Play Store's outdated, right? Usually by this point, if it's not working, it'll just pop up and say server error, but it's just loading infinitely, so you know what? Let's just hop on ADB, spam the build number, and USB debugging. It seems like the latest Play Store we can download is from 2023, so yeah, should still work. Now, usually when it comes to using Android Debug Bridge, I'd be using a laptop, but recently I figured out you could actually run it on another Android device using Termux, so I'm gonna see if that works. Okay, so we got our micro to USB-C cable. And it seems like it's not working, which, damn, that would have been really cool. I wanted to do it only on Android. Okay, I guess we'll just do it the boring way. I just finished the update and came back to the phone an hour later, and I'm noticing you actually have an LED for notifications when you got a bunch on your lock screen. That's pretty cool. After updating the Play Store, though, I can see that we got okay app support, but not everything's on here. You do have access to massive platforms like TikTok and Instagram, but some other apps like Discord aren't updated for Android 5 anymore, so you gotta go out of your way to manually sideload an APK for them. So whatever I gotta do to make them run, I'm gonna install all the apps, games, and updates I want to take a look at on this phone, and really, Subway Surfers isn't supported? So, after spending way too long trying to force these things to install on the SD card because there's only 5 gigs of internal storage, let's take a look at TikTok. And while TikTok is a bit slow on this phone, it's actually still pretty functional. And honestly, that's pretty hold on, just one sec. Thank you, man, he's so annoying. But being serious for a sec, it's pretty impressive seeing TikTok run this well on a device with only 1 gig of RAM. Okay, and next up, let's take a look at YouTube. It's not gonna work. Yep, see? I think the cutoff is Android 8, but they dropped support for the YouTube app, so you gotta go to the website to watch it. And okay, that's not really good. It's been taking more than a minute to load the YouTube homepage, so why don't we just try to access the video itself? 18 seconds to load the video. That's way better than the homepage, which I don't know why it took that long, but okay. The video is playing and we do have audio, but it seems like the UI is just kind of busted here. Will reloading fix it? Oh, there's an update for Google Chrome. Alright, yeah, that might do it. Now that we updated it, we have the UI working and can watch YouTube in full screen. And the video's lag-free at 360p, but let's push it to the native resolution of this phone at 720. Oh, okay, yeah, I'm starting to notice some lag. Yep, video's buffering, now it's struggling. So yeah, that's pretty embarrassing, honestly. This phone can't even handle YouTube at 720p without having to struggle load every few seconds. But at the very least, you can watch 360p YouTube. So next up, let's take a look at Instagram. And surprisingly, Instagram on this phone is still fully functional and actually kind of smooth at that. But who actually looks at the Instagram homepage? Come on, it's all about the reels. What? Okay, alright, it's the first reel. It's the first reel! What? Oh, it's buffering. You know the next reel is gonna be good. Oh, pocket jerk? Okay, you know, I'm already on my first YouTube strike. Let's just exit the app. So far, this phone is impressing me, but how well will it handle Discord? Discord on this phone slows down and stutters when you do anything, but honestly, pretty quick, especially when it comes to older phones. The important thing is, it's still fast enough to send messages. Somewhat, but is it possible to do a voice call? I was looking forward to voice calling on this thing, but unfortunately it just locks the entire phone up, so I think we hit the hard limit of the 1 gig of RAM. Oh, and I think I just figured out why it's not working. I got a text from Discord saying after March 2nd, end-to-end encryption is required, which I'm guessing this client doesn't support. And to add context, today's March 4th, so I guess they hit the kill switch for this. It's kind of unfortunate. That begs the question, did they throw the kill switch for Twitter too? No way it actually works. Alright, we're sitting on a black screen. Do I gotta reload the app? And somehow, Twitter still works on this, which is really confusing because on like Android 7 versions of Twitter, it like throws up an error that says, oh, please update to X to continue, but here it works just fine, so I'm not complaining. This app is so old though, it's not showing the $13 blue check I paid for. What a ripoff. Aside from that, the performance in the app is, yeah, it's not really the best. It's pretty stuttery, but it does work. So, on the social media side of things, this phone is actually still decent today, but what about the games? Now, I'm gonna have a lot of fun just deleting every single one of these off the phone because, like I said before, 5 gigs of storage. Alright, so first game we're gonna take a look at is Free Fire. Oh, that's pretty cool. The game immediately knew we're running this on a super old phone and turned the settings settings down to the minimum. Now there is a tiny bit of input lag and the frame rate isn't really stable, but the game is actually playable on this phone, which, again, really impressive for this hardware. Yeah, unfortunately though, when you're getting into a fight with somebody, the game seems to slow down to a crawl, so is it really playable? Okay, and the last thing we're going to try out is a PSP game. Now this phone has been pretty solid so far, so expect us to get around, I'm betting like 45 FPS. And inside Ridge Racer for PSP, the game looks pretty decent and we're handling around, I'd say 42 FPS, so not too bad for this phone again. So that's the Moto G first gen in 2026. Now, this phone is just way better than I was expecting. How did it not get any more updates past Android 5? Usually how it is on Android phones is the last software version you get like the bare end of the performance that's left out of the phone, but there's still a lot more in here, so I'm excited to install a custom ROM on this thing, namely Lineage OS, and see how far we can push this in the future. And maybe I can install a new back for it too, because I think I just destroyed this one. So anyways, thanks for watching it. Let me know down in the comments, what other Android phones, iPhones, or Windows phones you want me to take a look at next? Alright, and I'll see you later.
With the Switch 2 console now being sold, I looked back over the past few years and realized, holy crap, I've gotten a ton of super sketchy Switch 1 consoles. So in this video, I'll take you through the top 10 sketchiest Switch 1 consoles I've gotten, and guys, seeing these will make you scared to ever buy a used Switch 2. Let me show you why.
Number 10.
I bought two suspiciously cheap Nintendo Switch consoles from eBay, and in this video, we're going to unbox them, test them out, tear them down, and see if they even work. So when I say cheap, I mean these were like $20 to $25 cheaper than the next cheapest Switches on eBay, so a little weird, but let's go ahead and start with the first one. So the first one here is literally just in a bubble mailer, but let's see what's inside. Ooh, that is a dirty Switch, and it's got no joystick caps. Any free games in here? Nope, no free game. It's unfortunate. Now, something else I noticed is that under this top plastic screen, there's actually some like hair and debris inside of the console, which is very strange. Clearly somebody's opened this up before and done some work, but we'll open it up later and see what's going on inside. Flipping to the back, we got, of course, just a bunch more scratches and stuff. Wow, there's actually some pretty deep scratches here on the back. All right, the second one at least came in a box, and wait, hold on, what? Why is there saran wrap around the screen? All right, so first of all, missing another joystick cap here. We got at least one here, and it looks like we have some like Coke spillage or some kind of soft drink. And other than that, it doesn't look too bad. It doesn't look nearly as bad as the last one, except for the fact that we have saran wrap on the screen. Let me see if I can peel this junk off. I mean, it's not a bad idea. I guess it protects the screen a little bit, but the screen is already really beat up, so I'm not sure what they're trying to protect there. And we'll of course open this up later and see if we see some liquid damage inside, but let's go ahead and start with the yellow one and just turn it on and see if it works. All right, 3, 2, 1. My guess is the battery's probably, oh, okay, it's not dead, which is surprising because it's been sitting around for quite a while. So we got life, and hey, this thing was actually factory reset, which is surprising. But let's go ahead and boot it all the way up and get to the main screen. So the screen looks fine. I mean, it is a Switch Lite, which those screens look kind of crappy to start with, but the scratches on it make it kind of questionable. Now, the first thing I'm interested in seeing here is if there's any stick drift. Like, I would be very surprised if there is no stick drift here because of how these joysticks look. So let's go ahead and test them out. All right, so surprisingly, the left stick, at least in this test right here, looks fine. And wow, surprisingly, the right stick appears to be good as well. All right, I tested all the controls and the touchscreen here, and this thing works, but it just kind of feels very rocky because of the scratches all over it and stuff. So that's, we might try to replace the screen later. We'll see. So next up, I want to test out a game, and I have Mario Kart 8 to do that with, but first I just want to reiterate how poor condition this console is in. I mean, every single corner has just so many scratches and scuffs, and I even noticed on this one corner, it looks like it's actually cracked a little bit. I don't know what somebody did with this thing. I don't know if they dropped it, dragged it on the concrete, you know, played with it outside. Very weird, but let's go ahead and put the game in and see if it works. So the game is working, but as you can probably guess, it's very annoying trying to play this without the thumb caps. It is playable, but I don't like it. Well, all right, guys, this console is in very poor condition, but it is technically fully working. Let's go ahead and move on to the pink one and see if it works. All right, so power button in 3, 2, 1. So cool, this one's not charged up at all. My guess is that they didn't test this one at all, or it just has a bad battery, but let's plug it in and see if we can get it charged up. So the console is charged up a bit, and we boot it up here. Let's go ahead and get to the main menu and test everything out. Dude, every time I press to the right on the D-pad, it makes like a weird noise, and like, you can see so much dirt and filth in there. Oof. I am very interested to see what's going on inside this thing. All right, left stick here.
looks good again. And yeah, here's the right one as well, looks good. Of course, we got the missing cap, but I don't see any drift there. Now, I am kind of surprised because I've tested out so many switches in the last couple of years and have never come across stick drift at all. I know it's a huge thing, and I know it's like well documented. So let me know down below if you guys experience stick drift or not. So I have Mario Kart 8 updating, and I forgot to mention earlier, but I did buy some Hall sensing joysticks from Goalie Kit for both of these switches so we can replace them, at least one of them. Well, I don't know if I'll do both in this video, but we'll do at least one of them. And of course, the main reason for installing the Hall effects joysticks is so we don't get stick drift. They're just much less prone to stick drift than these traditional analog sticks. But let's go ahead and just verify Mario Kart 8 here works and all the controls work. All right, Mario Kart 8 is working without an issue. But let's go ahead and open this console up and see what's going on the inside. All right, now time for the big reveal. It actually, wait, hold on. There's so much filth behind those triggers there. How does that happen? It looks like it was scraped through the dirt. There's just like tons of little grime in here and stuff. I'll have to show some photos. Oh, and there's just so much gamer juice along the edges. Man, that is, that's a little bit disgusting. And oh, what do you know? A giant cat hair or something. And wow, even at the heatsink up here, there's a bunch of grime and like dust inside of the heatsink, which is very surprising. I don't like hardly ever see much dust in this little heat sink in the Switch. Now, of course, we did see earlier there's a ton of grime in the D-pad and kind of like around the analog stick, and of course there's like little Coke spill up here. So we'll keep going further. We're gonna replace the joysticks, of course, and then we gotta basically pull everything apart. So we're gonna find if there's more dirt in here. But first, we're gonna go to the yellow one and take the back shell of the yellow console apart and just get a first glance at what this one looks like on the inside. Let's go ahead and do the big reveal here and see how filthy this thing is. All right, here we go, and ugh. Gross. Oh wow, this one is, what is going on in here? Oh my gosh. All right, let's start with the back cover here. There's just so much grime in here. Well, what is going on? Like, what is that? It's like all over this console, all over the inside, the triggers on both sides, just all over the back. There's tons of gamer juice around the edge. And then here, what in the world? Somebody, I mean, you can see the fingerprints all over this thing. So whoever worked on this console, it was like they're outside in the dirt, playing in the dirt while they were working on this console. Like what in the world? And it's just covered in filth. Again, this heatsink is pretty dirty as well. And I'm still amazed. Like, look at that. I think you can see it in the light there, but there's just tons of fingerprints all over this thing. So, all right, guys. So what I'm gonna do here is tear down the yellow Switch first. We're gonna replace the thumbsticks with some Hall effects thumbsticks, and we're also gonna attempt to replace the screen. I bought a replacement screen from Amazon. I don't know how successful it will be because it looks like a pretty tedious process. You have to apply some heat, then peel up the screen, and then put the new screen on. But we'll attempt it. And now, one other concerning thing is that I was just messing with this Switch, or just like basically lifted it up like this, and a screw fell out. So yeah, somebody has definitely been in here and done some work, so I'll be interested to see what it looks like on the inside. But let's go ahead and tear it down some more. So I've already come across my first interesting find here. It looks like whoever took this apart last actually replaced the thermal paste between this metal plate and your heat pipe right here, which is interesting to say the least. I don't know that it's really necessary on the Switch Lite, but yeah, I guess it doesn't hurt. I just wanted to jump in here partway through the teardown to show you my progress so far, and the first thing I'll note is that there's some like weird discoloration on this side. Like you can see there's a lot of white spots on the yellow console. I don't know if that's normal. I would assume it's not normal, but let me know down below. That's kind of strange. The other thing is this console is definitely dirty on the inside. I mean, we see a lot more dirt just around the little components like the triggers and stuff. We see a lot, dust and dirt and grime and that sort of thing. Not surprising. And I will note that it actually took me this many steps, 40 steps in the iFixit guide to get down to the joysticks. Now, once you get down this far, it's very easy to swap out the joysticks. You literally just pull them out, put 2 new screws in, and you're done. But it takes quite a while to get down here, just a lot of steps, pretty tedious. It's not hard, but just tedious. But let's keep going and get down to the screen. So you know how that screw fell out of the console earlier? Well, I just found where it goes, basically all the way down at the screen almost, and it goes in this little hole right here, but it doesn't actually go in there anymore. It's almost like whatever they did before stripped it out. I don't know what happened, but for whatever reason, it wasn't in that hole and it just fell straight out. So now we're on to the fun part where I might completely destroy this console, but what we're gonna do now is heat up the edges of the screen here and then basically pry up with these little picks or whatever you want to call them. So I have my hot air rework station here, and we're basically just going to go like back and forth around the edges and try to pry it up and see what happens. All right, so it looks like I got the first side pried up here. Let's keep going to the other side now. Hey, there we go. I think I got it pried off enough, maybe, almost. All right, guys, so I got the screen and the LCD separated out here, and man, this thing is like nasty around the edges, which is not too surprising noticing how sticky this material is here. But let's go ahead and pull out my replacement screen and see if we can get this done. All right, moment of truth. I'm hoping this screen is clean enough. I'm sure as soon as I put it down, it'll get some specks on it, but at least hopefully there's not hair in it. All right, so something I missed here is that I actually need this little sticky piece around the screen, around the digitizer to stick to the screen. and conveniently it did not come with one of these in this replacement I bought, so I had to peel one off of my personal switch light, which I tore down quite a while ago. So basically now I just need to stick this kind of around the outside so that the LCD screen can stick to the outer shell here. So let's do that. All right, let's try this again. All right, so there we go. I think I got it mounted. I'm not surprised at all that the person before me got hair stuck under there, because when I put that rubber piece on there to get the LCD to stick to the outer piece, that stuff is real sticky, and pretty much anything possible will stick to it. So not surprised at all I had hair under it, but I think I did a decent job. Let me pull this top little layer off here and see what it looks like. Yeah, so that actually looks pretty good. I see like a tiny bit of debris under the screen, not much at all. There is some at the corner here, but that's because the screen itself was already like a little bit damaged. So like you probably can't even see it on camera because it's so minor. Now I need to stick the screen back in here, and this part is pretty disgusting, although I don't think it's a big deal. This is just another sticky part where it has to stick to it. I think it'll be fully covered up, and I can't really do anything else about that because I don't have any other replacement pieces, so I don't know. Let's try it out. All right, so I think I have the screen back in here now. It's pretty flush with the case. I'll have to mess with it a little bit more, but it barely fit in there. To be completely honest, it might be out of alignment by like a millimeter because it was a tight fit in there, but at this point I can't do anything about it. Just gotta plug it in, hope it works. First, we're gonna start by putting one of the new goalie kit, I'm not sure if I said that right, one of these joysticks in place that has the Hall effects sensor. So pretty straightforward. Literally all you do is take it out of the package and just kind of stick it through the hole here, and then yeah, put the 2 screws in place and you're done. All right, sorry, there's one more step here. You actually need to plug in this ribbon cable right here once you get the left Joy-Con PCB back in, but after that, everything is done with the left joystick. So now to the right joystick, basically the same thing. You slide it through the hole here. The holes will align with the screws, and of course plug a ribbon cable in and you'll be good to go. All right, so I have this thing back together enough to at least test it. It's not quite all the way back together. I still need to replace thermal paste and that sort of thing, but let's go. Oh, well, hey, there it is. I guess it works because I turned it around and the screen is already on. Yes, let's go. All right, touchscreen, yes, let's go. And dude, that looks like what is that? Okay, that's just some debris on top of the screen. All right, I gotta wipe this thing off, but that is solid. I mean, it's still a switch light screen. It's still not great, but it is working, and man, that looks infinitely better than it did before. Oh, and actually, you can tell there's a little bit more space on this side of the screen than this side, so that's my bad, but it is working. It's not perfect, my first switch light screen replacement, but I'm happy with the results so far. So I have this console all the way back together, and we're gonna do a full test now, and you can see a game pops up here, and as you can tell, I put these little fancy thumb caps on here. I don't know why, but these are included with the goalie kit joysticks. So random. I'm gonna take them off because they look ridiculous. And now we can calibrate the control sticks, as they call them here, and just make sure there's no drift. There shouldn't be. Now I'm not gonna lie, these joysticks don't feel quite as good as the OEM ones, which is kind of expected, but they are the Hall effects. I don't know, they're supposed to be high quality. Personally, I would rather just use the OEM ones if they're good. Wait, hold on. Okay, there we go. So I just need to calibrate. I was about to say, if I put the joysticks in that are not supposed to have drift and they immediately have drift, like there's an issue there. But I will say these things, the more I use them, like I'm not a huge fan. Like, not gonna lie, there's kind of just some hiccups in when you spin them around, and it just doesn't feel as good as OEM. Maybe it'll loosen up and feel a little bit better. But as of right now, I would not recommend picking these up. These are just, they don't feel great. But despite that, I'm happy with how things turned out overall, and especially because the screen works. Like I was pretty worried about that. But let's go ahead and move on to the pink one now. So with this one, I'm not gonna do a whole lot. I'm not gonna replace the screen. I'm not gonna swap out the joysticks because I don't like the new goalie kit ones that I bought, but we are gonna tear it down all the way just to take a look at how much grime and dirt is in here, because it does honestly look like somebody spilled some Coke on this thing. So I'm taking this thing apart and it's actually pretty clean so far, but I'm down to the board that I think is gonna be pretty dirty. So let's go ahead and do the big reveal here on camera and see what's going on, and wow, nothing. Okay, so now let's take out the buttons here, which, ooh yeah, okay. Oh, that's nasty. So something was definitely spilled, yeah, oh no. Yeah, they definitely spilled some like Coke or something into this side of the console. That's so disgusting. And yeah, so cleaning up this D-pad assembly here will definitely fix the issue we had earlier, because if you remember, when we pressed right on the D-pad, it just like felt wrong, felt weird, and this makes sense as to why I was doing that now. So we'll clean this up. Thanks for watching, guys. Hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you next time. Number 9. I bought 2 suspiciously cheap limited edition Zelda Nintendo Switches from Amazon, and in this video, we're gonna unbox them, test them out, and see what's going on here. All right, guys, so inside this box, I guess we got our answer right off the bat that these are not in the original boxes. They are warehouse deals inspected, Amazon renewed, which basically means refurbished. We'll take those out. Now, I did start by accidentally opening up the wrong box, which this is basically a third switch that I bought. That's the old switch that costs more than the OLED switches here. But let's just go ahead and start by opening up these Zelda OLED switches and see what's going on here. So, like you saw, inspected by Amazon. Let's just open one up and see what's inside. Hold on, wait. They have actual dedicated packaging to switches? Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so we have our Zelda Switch console here. We'll take a closer look at that in a second. We got our Zelda dock down here. All right, also got two of these little Joy-Con straps. Got the two Joy-Cons here. We've got our HDMI cable, which appears to have never been opened, maybe. Oh, okay. We also have our Joy-Con holder here, and then our charger. And these are actually, now that I feel them, these are not the original bags. These are definitely like Amazon bags, but they're pretty dang close, which is funny because, this is interesting. So why do we have everything here except for the original box? I mean, let's start taking some stuff out and take a look at the condition here. So this dock right here looks like it's never been used. I mean, I guess if we take the back piece off here and look at the HDMI port, we'll get our real answer as to if there's any scratches around the HDMI port. It's hard to see, but maybe there's a couple scratches. Yeah, I don't know if this thing's ever been used. Well, next take a look at the console itself. Now the packaging is a little bit beat up, but let's see what the screen looks like. Yeah, I don't think I see any scratches on the screen. All right, here in the back, of course, got your little mechanism, which looks good, feels good. No SD card inside. And now next up, we'll take a look at these Joy-Cons here. The right Joy-Con is definitely not used. Like you can look at the joystick there and it's got no wear and tear at all. But the left one, I've seen this on some where people that use the Joy-Cons like dig their thumbnails into it and makes these little indentations on them. Because this has a lot of indentations from a thumbnail on the stick itself, which is interesting because it's otherwise in pretty nice condition. So I wonder if they just like paired a random used Joy-Con on the left and then the right one was not used at all. And we'll take a look at this. Okay, yes, the Joy-Con grip has definitely been used before. I'm not sure what was renewed or refurbished about this or whatever, but let's put this one to the side and open up the next one. And I guess when we're getting to this one, we'll talk about the price for a second. So I paid $262 for these with free shipping, of course. For reference, these on eBay go for like $280 plus for like the worst condition ones. So you're looking at $20 cheaper on Amazon. So to give you guys a little more context into the whole Amazon versus eBay pricing thing, I have an example pulled up here. So we have Wii Sports Resort renewed on Amazon for $60. And then when you come over here to eBay, it costs $30. So you're basically paying double market value on Amazon for a renewed product. And that's widespread across all renewed stuff on Amazon. You can just go look it up for yourself. So basically that was my surprise when I came to the Zelda OLED Switch and it was $262 because brand new it goes for $350. So I would have expected a Amazon renewed price to be like $330 maybe. I mean, even the old Switch, the non-OLED one, goes for more than $262 renewed. Like come on, what's going on here? Yeah, weird stuff going on here. But the first one appears to be in pretty nice condition. Let's go ahead and open up the second one and see what's inside. And I'll be completely honest, I kind of expected these to be open box, like in the original packaging and everything, but I don't know, it's like actually made for the Switch packaging. I actually like this box, the layout, better than the original Switch. But of course here we have the same thing, got our Joy-Con dock, power supply, HDMI cable, have our Joy-Con holders, have our two Joy-Cons here, and then our dock here. So let's go ahead and take a look at these as well and get a gauge on what's going on here. So the dock, again, looks really nice in the front. The Zelda Switch looks awesome, man. My only problem with the Zelda Switch is I'm like not a huge Zelda fan, so it like doesn't hit home with me as hard as it probably does with some people, but can't deny that the design is pretty cool. Now, looking at this dock, yeah, I don't know if I see any scratches there, so maybe it's been used before, I don't know. Next up, we'll take a look at this tablet here. Again, yeah, that looks pristine. Maybe it's been used, maybe they replaced the screen. I guess later we can tear one of these down and try to open it up and see if it's been opened before. And then of course, last but not least here, we'll take a look at the Joy-Cons, and these Joy-Cons do look a lot better than the last ones. We'll of course test them out when we plug it in, turn it on and everything, and see if they actually work and see if they have drift or anything. I imagine there's a good chance they have drift, but we'll check them. But let's put this one to the side now and open up this third Switch here and see what it's looking like. So this Switch right here is not an OLED, so it's like one of the older models that came out, 7 years ago. And again, it costs more than the Zelda OLED Switches, which is weird. This is a grade A here. This is a renewed Switch, refurbished, whatever you want to call it. And this is actually from a third-party seller, not straight from Amazon. But let's go ahead and open it up, see what's inside. So we got some bubble wrap. We have a Joy-Con, which is right off the bat, you can just tell is, or not Joy-Con, Joy-Con holder, which you can tell right off the bat is much more used. And we got our stuff just kind of laying in here. So it's packaged pretty well, but it's not as nice as the Amazon ones. Let's go ahead and take everything out though and take a closer look. All right, now starting with the dock here. Dock looks pretty good. Got some scratches in the front, but nothing crazy. Flipping to the back. I don't know. Has this dock been used before? Looks pretty clean for a used dock. Now, next up, we'll take a look at this tablet. And the okay. That, I'm not gonna lie, that was scary for a second. I pulled this out and just look at that. It looks awful, but it's because it has a screen shield looking thing on it. And let's go ahead and take a look at the back first. So you can tell right off the bat that it's not an OLED because it has the old kickout stand here. It is an HAC-001-01. I think that's the second model. Let me check real quick. Okay, yes, that is the V2, which came out in, I don't know, like a year or two after the OG switch, but this is still like the original model, not the OLED. Let's go ahead and peel off this screen protector here and see what it looks like underneath. Oh my gosh. All right, yeah, that does look, it looks pretty good. It's got like one little scratch over here, but it's not on the screen itself, so that's good to see. Yeah, I guess they replaced the screen. So maybe it was a switch with a bad screen. Yeah, we'll definitely take this one apart a little bit later on and see if it's been opened before. But now, last but not least, let's take a look at these Joy-Cons here, see what those look like. Those definitely look used, but yeah, not bad condition at all for being used. So that's good to see. Now let's go back to the Zelda OLED switches now, turn on the first one, test it out, see if it works, and see if we can figure out why it was cheaper than this old model Switch and why it's cheaper than all the other Zelda Switches on eBay. All right, so back to Switch number 1. See if it turns on, see if it's got any charge here, and it does. Nice. Sweet. All right, console is set up here. Let me go ahead and check and make sure there's nothing in the cartridge slot here, if I can even open it up. There we go. Cool. Nothing in there. Didn't really expect there to be anything in there, but wait, hold on. When I turned it on, I could hear the fan from, 2 feet away, which I don't think I've ever heard a fan in a Switch. So that's interesting. All right, let's go ahead and put a game in and see if it works. I'm gonna make some people mad here by putting in Breath of the Wild instead of Tears of the Kingdom in here. Whoa, hold on. There you go. Actually, before I boot that up, I want to go here and check our analog sticks, see if they have any drift. All right, so right off the bat, that one looks good. So the left one is the one that had some wear and tear, but it does look good. Now we'll check out the right one now, and that one looks good as well. I always say this, but I've never actually personally ever experienced Joy-Con drift. Like on my controllers myself, I haven't experienced them, and I've bought tons and tons of Switches and just never seen it before. Now I know it's like a widespread, rampant thing, but I just still haven't seen them yet. All right, cool. So game's loading up and working. Not really surprising there, but the surprising thing actually is the fact that I can't hear the fan anymore. So when I'm actually playing a game, the fan is not going at all. But when I'm on the home screen, the fan is going crazy. Whatever. All right, that's just funny to me. Internet works as well, by the way. You can see I connected there. Let's go ahead and put this one to the side. Let me pull out the second OLED switch and see if it works. All right, we're booted up here, and this fan is not going as crazy as the last one. Now let's go ahead and go back down here. And first I start by checking out the control sticks, make sure those are not drifting at all. Yep, that one looks good. Right one looks good as well. Cool. Let's go ahead and put a game in. And I mean, I could put in Tears of the Kingdom, but let's go with Mario Odyssey, because that's just the better game. All right, cool. Game is working, and man, I forgot about this game. I put so many hours into this game when it came out back in 2017, 2018. More hours than I should have. All right, so this game is working. This console is working. I'm actually curious now to check the color temperature differences of the displays here. I have seen some OLEDs just have warmer or cooler displays. So we'll compare these two first, and I'd say they're like slightly different, but for our purposes, they're basically the same. Now let me pull out my own personal OLED switch and compare as well. All right, so they're all side by side. I gotta do this quick before mine dies, but they all look about the same. I'd actually say that my personal switch is like maybe like 0.1% brighter. They're about the same, guys, so that's good to see. Let's go ahead and move on to the third console now, test it out and see if it works. Cool. All right, so this console's booted up, and man, this thing looks so bad compared to the OLED. Not surprising. Let me go ahead and turn the brightness up, and then we'll start by testing out the analog sticks here. Make sure they don't drift. And yep, that looks good. Right stick looks good as well, and man, my streak continues. Still have not encountered Joy-Con drift ever. I've been through 50 plus Joy-Cons at this point, probably more than that. Let's go ahead and put a game in, see if it works. Oh, uh-oh. Game cart could not be read. I don't think I've ever actually seen that on the Switch. All right, let's try the next game. Next game I have in line is just a Nintendo Switch Sports. Let's put that in as well. And okay, that one works. Interesting. That is strange. Why is Super Mario 3D World not working? I'm gonna go ahead and try out this game on a Zelda Switch and see what it does. I hope it didn't die. Dude, what happened to my game? The game looks perfect, and I legitimately used this game a few months ago and I never had any issues. So that's unfortunate. I wonder if the old classic will work on this. All right. Hey, let's go, dude. Old tricks never fail. Let's go. All right. Let's put it back on this crappy looking Switch. By the way, just like take a look at this. Look at the difference between the OLED and the OG right here. It's just like, it's night and day. If you guys can buy an OLED, buy an OLED. They're so much better. Actually, at this point, just wait for the Switch 2. Of course, now the game's not working here either. Yeah, I guess I just had a bad game now because I'm like trying every game in the book and they're all working perfectly except for my Super Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury. So that's unfortunate, but let's go ahead and put Luigi's Mansion back in here and just make sure it actually boots. So despite our scare earlier, the game is working here without an issue, so that's good to see. So this console works. All 3 consoles actually work without an issue. I haven't tested out the docks, but I'll test those out later. That's not a big deal. I'll put a note on the screen if something's wrong with them. But next is my favorite part. We're gonna go ahead and tear down these consoles, or at least this one right here, and see what's going on inside. All right, 20 screws later, I finally got the back off here. And you can see it's been opened up before because you got just a little bit of dirt and grime in here, but not much. I've seen some, I haven't opened up a ton of switches, but I've opened up some and they look pretty bad. Now, ooh, that light there, that's pretty clean. You don't see that very often from people that open up their switches. They usually leave it pretty dirty in here with fingerprints and just like gunk and stuff everywhere. So props to whoever refurbished this, renewed it, whatever. Let's keep going down past this metal plate here and see what's underneath. All right, popping the metal shielding off. Thermal goop looks good. Battery looks good as well. I don't see anything noticeable down here that they replaced or did anything with. You know, honestly, I'm starting to think, like, I wonder if they even came in here and replaced the screen. Like, there is a chance that they just cleaned off the screen and put one of those sticky pieces on it just to keep it from getting scratches in transit. Because I'm really just not seeing much at all that indicates somebody was in here doing anything, because it just, like, looks like it's from factory right now, which, I mean, props to this person if they did open it up and refurbish it because they, like, left it spotless, which is awesome. You don't see that very often. Yeah, it's suspiciously spotless, honestly. You know, it's kind of sad when Amazon is refurbishing stuff better than GameStop, DK Oldies, people that specialize in video game stuff. So, not sure what's going on here or why Amazon is like actually sending out good stuff for pretty cheap, pretty odd. But I mean, if you guys want to check out one of these Zelda Switches, I'll put a link down below. It looks like last time I checked, they actually upped the price, so maybe mine was a price mistake. But go check it out. Let me know what you think about these Switches in this video, guys. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Number 8. I bought this suspicious Nintendo Switch from Wish.com for $280, and in this video, we're going to take an in-depth look at it and see if it was worth the money. So the weird thing about this listing is all it says is it has the Mario red and blue console here. Doesn't tell me exactly what comes with it, so let's go ahead and open it up and see what's inside. All right, tons of paper. Oh, and it is in the box. Nice. Now, if this is actually complete unboxed and in good condition, $280 is kind of low for this specific console, but at first glance, not in great condition. The box is pretty beat up. Hopefully that's not indicative of what's inside. Oh, I've never seen the back of this. That's a pretty cool design there. And yeah, just pretty standard stuff here. Now here on the side, we have grade A, fully functional. From my experience, that means nothing on Wish because I've bought stuff that says grade C and was in great condition, and then grade A was bad condition. So we're about to find out. All right, let's open this bad boy up and see what's actually inside of here. And wow, there it is. Okay, so we have, I think these are supposed to be blue Joy-Cons. No, I'm wrong. All right, so it's supposed to be a blue Joy-Con holder, but here is the Switch. Now, I don't know if this is, well, they said it was used. I don't know if it's been refurbished or not because they didn't specify. Again, another non-specified thing. I think this has actually been somewhat modified because this is not typical. Unless they replace the screen, they usually would not have like this wrapping on top of the screen. So we'll open this up later and see what's inside of it. But that's a little bit suspicious there. And then of course we have our Joy-Cons here. Hopefully they don't have any drift, but at first glance they feel good, look good. Let's go ahead and take off this top piece here, see what's inside. And we actually, wow, it actually included the carrying case as well. That is good to see. Pretty cool carrying case. This one's in nice condition. If we open it up, we've got a couple little slots for games. Nothing too crazy, but it is a nice looking case there. And now taking out the next piece, we have our blue Joy-Con straps there. Those are the original ones and still in the little packaging there, which is good to see. We've got our blue Joy-Con holder, which appears to be in really nice condition. Wow, not expecting it to be in nice condition coming from Wish. And then over here we've got our HDMI cable, which honestly looks like it's never been used. Like I'm pretty sure that's the zip tie they use on the original Switch. And we also have our power cord, which almost appears to be unused as well. Has this console ever been turned on? And then we have our dock here, which I'm pretty sure by default the dock comes in this same little bubble wrap right here, and then the this wrapping here. Wow, that dock is in a really nice condition as well. I am surprised so far, but everything pulled out so far, it does appear that we got all the accessories that are supposed to come with it, and so far everything looks really good. The only thing that's really suspicious is the fact that this Switch has the screen right there. It looks like it's been replaced. Not sure, but we'll of course open the Switch up later and take a look at that. Now actually I just noticed there were no manuals or anything included, which I think by default a Switch does come with a manual, but it looks like this person
in lieu of a manual, included this little QR code. So it's not quite complete, which I guess makes sense why it's 280 instead of like 300, 320. Because I think this console complete in box with everything in it would be about 320 in this kind of condition, if it does work. But missing the manual is 280. I think that makes sense. But let's go ahead and do the true test of turning this console on, seeing if it works. And let's go ahead and take this wrapping off right here. Hopefully I do not break the console, because this stuff is on here tight. What in the world? I feel like I'm gonna pull up on the screen and break it. All right, get that junk off, and the screen looks perfect. So my guess is they did replace the screen. Not sure why. Like everything else on the console is in such good condition. I don't even know why they would need to replace the screen. Seems like an odd issue. Let's go ahead and try to turn it on and see if it powers up. There it is. Cool. All right, so it is on. I didn't hear a boot up sound, which is kind of odd. Let's go ahead and put the Joy-Cons in. Oh, there we go. All right, I can hear some sound now. Joy-Cons are in. There we go. So we are booted into the main screen. So far, so good. Joy-Cons work well. Now let's go ahead and slide them back into place. I'm honestly not a huge fan of the color scheme. I really like red, but I think like red on red on red kind of clashes. Even though it is the same color red, it's just like, it's almost like too much red. Like I think it looks really good when you put these red Joy-Cons inside of the blue Joy-Con holder. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. Like I think that looks pretty cool. Obviously that looks just like Mario with his blue and red accents. But let's go ahead and put it back in the console. All right, so first thing I want to do is go to the settings, and we're gonna go ahead and make sure our screen brightness can adjust without problem. Cool. Go ahead and go down, and we'll go ahead and turn this on dark mode, because people in the comments last time got really mad at me for not turning on dark mode, even though I think it looks better with white on video. Actually, I'm gonna keep it on white because it looks better on video. We're gonna go down to the controllers and sensors and make sure these controllers are properly working. All right, so of course we want to check and make sure there's no stick drift here. We look good so far. Very nice response, and I don't see any drift here. So we'll go ahead and go back, test out this one as well. That one seems to be good. So that's good. Obviously, that is one of the biggest issues with Nintendo Switch joysticks. But let's go ahead and test out the buttons as well. So the controls are all good. Next thing we want to do is test out a game, obviously. So we got this game right here. Let's go ahead and plug it in and make sure it works. So we're playing some Dragoons Dugama Dark Ruser. I think I pronounced that right. So the weird thing with the screen, and it's kind of a result of the weird screen film being on there, is it makes it super staticky. So the screen had like a couple fingerprints and some stuff on it. So I was trying to wipe it off of my shirt, which usually does fine with a screen like this, but it just attracts more like fibers and dust now because of the static to the screen. So that's a little weird. I can probably get rid of that just by washing it off a little bit. Not physically washing it off with water, but like an actual microfiber cloth. All right, playing some Dragon's Katma. Coming up on the dragon here. I think it's just freaking massive. Every time I see it, it's huge. Been using this game a lot as testing recently. Never played it before, but I just need some arrows, right? I can shoot this dude. Oh, well, there I go. Oh, did I live? Nope, I did not. All right, well, clearly this game is working. Actually, I did not try out the screenshot button. That's working too. The next thing we're gonna do is test out our network and make sure we can download some stuff to make sure it connects to the internet. All right, so connected to the internet, the download and upload speeds are absolutely awful though. 8.8 down and 6.3 up. Yeah, that's not ideal. I'm gonna try that again because I should be getting a whole lot faster than that. All right, so now we're getting 12 down and 16 up. Still just weird, slow. Honestly, I haven't tested the download speeds and upload speeds on a Switch in a long time, so I can't remember if that's typical or not. That seems like a typical Nintendo thing, is to have slow download and upload speeds, but we are at least connected to the internet. Now, something else that's weird about Switches is that the fact that they all have different screens. So some screens will be really warm, some will be really cool, some will be in the middle. Now, I have my Switch Lite with me that I'm going to compare it to. This Switch at first glance looks really cool, which is that kind of correlates with another Switch Lite I had in the past that had a screen replaced that also had a really cool screen. So that kind of seemed to indicate to me that this has been replaced. And now one other thing I wanted to show you real quick, which not enough of you guys have seen this, but I have this Game Boy that's Game Boy SP DS Lite is what I call it. And as you can see, it's got a DMG Game Boy, 2 DS Lite screens with a GBA SP hinge, and it's fully functional. I just wanted to show you guys real quick because not enough people have seen this.
What? Your mouth kind of reminds me of like a person from Whoville.
Alright, well, this one is going to need a little bit of explaining. Hello everybody and welcome back to another video where I bought something weird on eBay at like 1 a.m. This right here is a cash register system that was used at Scholastic book fairs. I don't know about you guys, but this was always an exciting time back when I was in grade school. You know, you'd go down, you'd look at all the books for like 5 minutes, and then go over to like the cheat code booklets for video games and all the stuff that everybody really cared about. And then when you went to go check out, you would do so on a custom branded Scholastic POS system. Now, I actually volunteered at a Scholastic book fair one year, and we used this Windows CE based system, which was actually like the first time I'd ever heard of Windows CE. And I was trying to find that specific unit just to buy and make a video on because I thought it would be kind of cool, but I ended up getting this one instead. Which, instead of running Windows CE, it runs Android. Specifically, this is a PAX E500 POS system that has some custom Scholastic software on it for running the register, and the specifications are not anything to write home about, but it'll definitely get the job done for being a point-of-sale system. And this is the kit that you would have gotten if you were actually running a Scholastic book fair, along with a cash drawer. That I do not have, but it was the same color as the POS system itself, or at least close enough. And you were supposed to send all this stuff back to Scholastic after the book fair. Not sure how this one ended up on eBay, because I think that these are the registers that they still use for Scholastic book fairs today. So we'll go ahead and take this thing out of the box, and we'll explore what else that you would have gotten in here. And then we also have the power cord, of course, so we'll set that aside. We have the scan gun, which just plugs in over USB. And then we have a couple of receipt paper rolls in here, and a Scholastic branded polishing microfiber cloth, which is actually kind of neat to see that they actually took the effort to brand it, you know, with their logo. So yeah, we'll go ahead and set the little case here aside. So here it is in all of its glory. It's definitely got a nice weight to it. On the front here, you of course have the touchscreen. You've got a card reader up here. You have some indicator lights. You have this button, which I believe would have opened up the cash drawer. I'll have to double check that. There's not actually a manual in here, but there is like an online, you know, thing that you can refer to. And then this right here is the receipt printer. You got this button to open it up, which we will stock that. And we're going to see if we can actually like make a fake transaction. I've not really messed around with this a whole lot, but I did boot it up and, you know, confirmed that the software is still on here. So yeah, flipping it around to what the customer would see, we have another display, you know, which would show your like total and what items that you're purchasing. And then here it's just showing you which way the credit card goes in. We've got a totally real credit card here that we can use, and you see it, you know, that's how you do it. I don't know how many parents are just giving their kids their credit card to go to Scholastic book fairs. Back when I was in school, it was cash or check. That was it. Nowadays, they do have this e-wallet thing. I'm assuming that's what this camera down here is for, where you would fund your child's account online. You would give them a little piece of paper with like a barcode or a QR code on it, and then they would bring it to the book fair and scan it, probably with this camera here, and you know, that's how they would pay for everything. So yeah, you've got that, and then down here you've got all the hookups for the drawer, the scanner, and the power. There's also this screw here. I wanted just to remove this really quickly just to see what is behind here, because it looks like this was maybe meant to be removed by the customer. It's just this one single screw. And oh yeah, you can see in here we've got, this is like where all the connections, I guess this is just an extension board basically. And we also have HDMI. That's kind of cool. So you can hook this up to an external display, I guess. So you've got your actual power connection here. There's an audio jack. You have this USB cable, which just runs down here to plug in the scanner. And then over here you've got network. You actually have two different Ethernet jacks. So this is LAN A, which just runs down here. I'm assuming maybe on the bottom there's an Ethernet connection. Yeah, right down here. So that's how you would hook this up over Ethernet if you wanted to. And then you've got this connector, which runs to the cash drawer. So yeah, that's kind of neat. I had not taken that off before, and we'll just go ahead and put it back on. Now, of course, the big question is, can we actually get into the Scholastic software on this thing to, you know, make some fake transactions? Well, that's what we're going to do. And then, of course, towards the end of the video, I mean, this thing runs Android. We're going to mess around and just throw some other Android apps on it. Maybe an emulator? Maybe try to run Windows or Half-Life? Who knows? We'll see. Alright, so here it is booting up. Why don't we go ahead and use our Scholastic microfiber cloth just to wipe down the screen a little bit. One thing I forgot to mention, there is a front-facing camera as well that could be used for something. And it boots up to the Scholastic POS program, and it's immediately telling us that there is no paper in the printer. This also talks to you, by the way, when you open this.
The printer cover is open.
Yeah, so we're going to load the paper in a minute here, and we'll just close this for now and just ignore this.
Paper.
And then that's going to get pretty annoying. Now, I did read there is, it comes up to this pin screen here, and there's also a username and password that you can enter in. There is somebody's name in here, which is not the default one. So this might have actually been used before at a Scholastic book fair and then returned to Scholastic, or maybe they just sold it on eBay. I don't know. But we're going to try the default pin, which is just 99999, and that was it. Okay. So this just confirms what I was talking about. This was used at a book fair, or maybe it was set up to be used at one, because there's a school name here. This was used at a middle school. There's a fair ID, a chairperson's name, and then you got your tax information over here. What happens if we say, no, this is not correct? Okay, yeah, terminal is currently offline. That's just notifying us. We've not connected this to the internet yet. Okay, now it's giving us a number. Please contact customer care to obtain your one-time password. What happens if we go back and just say, yes, this is correct? Yes, we are sure it's correct. And it gives us fair info, I guess just confirming everything. Number of receipts to print. So we can print, okay, we can print 3 receipts, but let's just put in a roll of the receipt paper here. So we'll just put that in, and then I think that's all you do. And yep, that just cut it for us. So we'll say done. And okay. So I think, maybe that was like for every transaction, how many receipts do you want to print? You could have one for the customer, one for the school, one for somebody else. But yeah, so can we go like to history here? Does it like, was this actually used? Okay, no sales found. So there's no information here. Let's go to sales, and can we search, like, does it have some items in here? It looks like it does. We have some gift certificates. We have some erasers. Okay, other non-book items. We got the hand pointers, the spooky hand pointers, deep ink stickers, so we just added that. I didn't really intend to do that, but we're just going to roll with it. You got your pencils and your pens here, and then you have miscellaneous entry for just entering in, like, let's say a $5 item. This is actually really cool already. I didn't think there was going to be like actual item info and stuff on here. So yeah, again, we don't have anything under completed, and then you can go to sale info to okay, so yeah, volunteer, parent, student, teacher, school, I guess, for like, yeah, like, if the school was buying stuff, if a volunteer was buying stuff. Okay, and then under discount you can add, there's just a manual entry screen here for that. So let's go to checkout, and okay, that would bring you to the sale info anyway, and then I guess discount too is going to come up. No, it's just going to go to the all for books donation. Would you like to round up the total? Sure, we'll round up 1 cent. And then, okay, $6 balance due. And then here's all your payment methods. So you have Scholastic dollars, which I guess cannot be used with the all for books rounding up thing. But here's the e-wallet down here. And then you would pay that way. You've got gift certificates. You can use a purchase order. We're just going to go with cash. And then we'll just do exact. So change will be $0. Finish. And it gave us a register printer error. Now, what does this button do down here? I know you guys can't see, but okay, that, yeah, I thought that was the, like, drawer button to open the cash drawer. It's actually just the feed paper button. So for some reason, it gave us an error when trying to print the receipt. So why don't we try this again? We'll go to, okay, well, there's our completed transaction. Can we just print a receipt for this? Print receipt. And it failed again. So this is interesting. When you try to print the receipt, you see things about battery saver being on, but when you turn it off, which I just clearly tapped that there, it doesn't look like it actually turns it off. So even though, like, we're not on a battery, it's complaining about battery saver, and that, I guess, is the reason why it's not printing properly. I also don't have this thing on the network right now, which I was trying to keep it offline just to see what it would give us access to.
Tesla.
Big idiot. Kind of sucks once or twice in the machine it was made for. So I played it on my Wii. And you wanted to make us
No.
Two. All right then. Well, have you ever wanted to play Guitar Hero with a controller?
No.
Yes, I hear the people saying. Yes, we do. Mute. Oh, quick. Okay. Do it. And that brings me to X-axis. Man, what the fuck? Snakes and eldritch horrors I can handle, but when you break out the, like, God, I don't even know, man. I can't even think of a joke for this one. What is this supposed to be? I don't understand what I'm looking at. And then there's something, and oh yeah, also the Bow Rock from Bionicle are here. Man, just talking about hot and bothered. I gotta be careful. Triforce is about to make me act up.
Wanna go to the zoo? So here it is. This Alls. Honestly, that branding is very frustrating. Almost as bad as the Toyota Ist. It's just been sitting in my apartment for like 2 weeks now, and it's just been staring me down with its stupid little Sega faceplate. Who the f is this? Thanks, but I did not win a free vacation from Marriott. I appreciate it. First look at the Sega Amusement Linkage Live system. Sure is a computer. At least I don't have to. It's already broken. Oh, what the heck? Hold on. I just turned it off and on again, and now it's fine.
Ringus Studios versus reusable cable tie. Fight.
Just get out of here, dude.
Ringus Studios wins.
Oh, so this is a unbranded wacky boy. What the heck is this? Look, it's got like shields on it and no stickers. What is this thing? This might just be some like Japanese card that's like really common in Japan, but I have never seen a cooler that looks like this. All right, after removing that, this thing looks a hell of a lot more like a normal PC now. Unfortunately, we got scammed and didn't get the M.2 version. You can see the pins where it would be right here. But that's alright, you know what they say about SATA anyway. What do they say about SATA? Anyway, it's nice to see that they didn't put the typical, like, Dell or HP spec 180 watt power supply in here. Also, the fan is San Ace 120, if you were curious. This cooler is your mom's. That's pretty much it for the parts.
Round 2. Fight.
Look, I took it apart when it was flipped 180 degrees, so this is
My mind can't handle this. I'm doing my best. I'm not even gonna bother looping this SATA cable back through that thing.
Ringus Studios wins for a second time.
Okay, it just turned itself off. And back on again. Oh god. No, 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 no. Accept. Oh, it installed Windows 10 Home? Why did it install Home? Oh my god. Don't worry, we're not without bugs. Just because we're in Windows doesn't mean that things are working. Okay. Something is very not happy. Nope. You thought. What is this? Chat with Bing about password tips? Okay, you know, I know I just had a whole spiel there about how I'm gonna use Windows now, but Windows is being awfully Windows, and it really makes me not want to keep using it. Oh, Windows. What are we gonna do with you? Unless there are a bunch of dudes on the screen, then it drops to a far less playable 199 FPS, which actually makes this computer a fucking joke. Living up to only 2/5 of our potential is something that the 1060 and I have in common. Except when there's physics shit flying everywhere, like in this room, then it drops to a measly 120 FPS. Does measly imply that something is like measles ridden? That's kind of gross and fucked up. I've never actually thought about it until now. Mid-40s FPS, baby. I've never been so happy to see such dog shit performance. Look at it. It's beautiful. The GPU is shitting in its hands and it's smearing it all over the screen. I'm turning to a place where everyone goes in times of need. The PlayStation 3. So that makes me pretty confident that I am really the only person in the entire US with this GPU. As the holder of that title, I'm going to be bestowing this thing the name of GTX 1060, Conqueror of Celsius and Kelvin. And the reason for that is because it ran really cool the whole time, and no, I'm just kidding, it's because it spells cock. It ain't no Trimble Yuma, but I think we can work with this. I and Neo was so impressed by my Trimble Yuma review that they sent me one of these. Some fancy vortex shenanigans going on inside, very nice, very nice. No more heat accumulation, always cool. Yo, they've got a Wii in the background? Wait, that doesn't look like a real Wii. Looks like a paper mache Wii. That is weird. Oh, what are you doing in here? Get out of here. Oh, we get an accordion. Oh, it's got fingerprint technology. Another accordion. Oh, this is, oh, now this is an accordion. I don't want to take it off. It's a free screen protector. This is fancy. There's like chrome in there. And then something SSD. Something SSD. Back in my day. Something SSD. Back in my day. Charger adapters. Something SSD. Back in my day. Very cool, very cool. Something SSD. Back in my day. Very cool, very cool. Something SSD. What else we got? Back in my day. Very cool, very cool. Ridiculous. What else we got? Back in my day. Very cool, very cool. Ridiculous. What else we got? Back in my day. Very cool, very cool. Ridiculous. What else we got? Is that the patch? LC is on-screen keyboard. I'm gonna remember that. He did not. Making sure you have the latest. That's my favorite Windows 11 Jangrish, even though it's made by Microsoft in Seattle, so there's no reason that should sound so weird. No account for you. Get scammed. Bill Gates is shitting and pissing himself as we speak. How many no's does it take to set up Windows 11? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 no's. Hi. Sideways. Just to give you guys a size comparison to this thing, I'm gonna put a few common household items next to it so you can get an idea. So I've picked a few things that I know everybody's gonna have lying around so you can really get an idea of this. Okay, here it is next to a first generation Zune. Right off the bat, you guys should probably immediately get the idea here. But if you're still not sure, here's a modern BlackBerry phone with a keyboard. It's not quite in frame, so there, we'll do one of those. And between these two, I'm sure you guys already got it, but just in case, here's your common Among Us sticker as well. These are pretty standard size, so I really hope at this point that you got it. But just because I'm the kind of guy that really wants to make sure that you understand what we're kind of working with here, here's one more. It's a Noctua fan, and I don't know what size it is. Maybe you are not familiar with it yet. Don't 3 spaces to worry. Now let 3 spaces make some simple settings. Local game scan complete. Interesting, considering there's no games yet. Enjoy your game life. I do like that one. That's a good one. Don't change that one in QC. That's good. I like game life. We seem to be in some kind of launcher. I'm gonna add a graphic on the screen here that kind of shows you the difference between those two screen sizes if they were the same DPI. When I'm having a heated gamer moment, how am I supposed to keep my sweaty hands on this thing? iSpace provides you with a convenient function to adjust the display resolution, but this function may cause screen blurring depending on the driving situation? Pressed hamburger, I know. Oh, it didn't like that. Hello? I know? I know! I swear, I know! I know how to get to the Windows desktop, but I don't know how to click this. Microsoft Solitaire Collection just appeared? Okay, so they've included some useful stuff on the desktop. Okay, now there's useful stuff on the desktop. I wonder if this button, or this button, actually would work like the Steam button. Let's see. No. Whoa, that was fun. That was a fun sound. Do it again. Yes. Yes. Hold on. How do I make it louder? Maximum volume. All right, listen to this. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, I love it. That's such a fun noise. Okay, let's dive into that real quick. Oh, what in the hell did I just do? Huh? I did something. What's happening? I don't understand. All I know is that I pressed B at some point, and it made a sound. Very strange. And now I can hit this. Oh. That's not what I wanted. Get out of here, Xbox. I really like this wide BIOS. Newer kernel is available. Not now. Not important. Me and my homies never update our kernel. We just play video games. Steam says, fuck your global scaling settings. I was scrolling through my library to see what I should install, and I noticed my finger was kind of hurting, so I decided to measure the temperature, and it was like, I think, what was it, like 45.6, so like 46 degrees Celsius? In conclusion, just buy a Steam Deck. People are ditching their original Xboxes in droves in favor of the 360.
If I had a baby, I'd trade my baby in for this thing.
Little did they know they would also be ditching their 360s in droves in just a couple years as well, but you know.
Son of a bitch! What the? Oh my god!
Use code POGBRINGUSJEWEL50 to turn your Xbox into an Xbox. Yeah, well, that leads to the wires inside cracking and breaking apart, and next thing you know, you're either soldering together a cable to fix it, or you're playing Twister to get the connection stable every time you want to use it. Hey! I think the Xbox may have accidentally gotten CC'd in the email about how DVD drives are now considered vestigial organs in the modern era. It kind of just decided, well, I guess I don't need this anymore. And next thing you know, you're reliving your 6-year-old life of doing nothing but navigating through the menus, except this time it's not nearly as entertaining.
You don't want to be like this. This is disgusting.
There's a tool called Chimp. But what about that pesky broken DVD drive? Here's a super easy way to deal with it. But the main character of this story can't solder in a mod chip. Not anymore. So what can he do? All of the emulators and homebrew on the original Xbox are developed by devs who use only legally obtained code and tools.
No, they don't.
I mean, because you can see right here, Resident Evil runs perfect, unless you pull out your gun, which for some reason then the FPS goes to like 7, and then you put it away and it's back to 30. I don't know. It doesn't even have to be a game console. You want to experience the Macintosh Plus to finally immerse yourself in... And if your PC just wasn't near your TV, well, tough shit, you're not watching your movie without burning it back to a DVD and then sticking it in your DVD player. But say you're just not into watching movies on your Xbox. Anyway, other than these guys repping Tyler McVicker's merch store, it's my Xbox. I've never flashed the BIOS or anything, but I'd like to do that. I don't really need to, but, you know, I don't need to do any of this. I don't even need to make this video right now. I don't have to even get out of bed. I don't even have to be alive. There's nothing forcing me. The only thing I truly have to do is exist in the grand entropy of this universe, because I do not have any control over the laws of physics. So I guess existing is the one thing I have to do. And while I'm doing that, I guess I'll maintain this Xbox. That's right, I'm showing off my feet on video, and I'm not even asking for money. Ow, holy crap. This just in, hot glue is hot. Wow, that was convenient. Oh god, that is some human slime if I've ever seen it. That is just doo-doo and pubes all rolled up into one. Absolutely disgusting. Damn, Xbox, you live like this? We're gonna fix this thing's problems the same way I fix my problems. Just a gentle application of alcohol. This feels like I'm causing irreparable harm. This doesn't feel good at all. Do not press on this surface. Whatever horrific concoction Goo Gone is, I have to say, it does work exceptionally well. I'm sure holding it by the thing with all of the warning signs is fine. Oh, that is some stinky old solder. Oh my god. Ugh. Man, that smells. Original Xbox smoke. Don't breathe this. So I don't know how there's rust there. Is it a concern?
Maybe.
Will I do anything?
No!
Oh, look at that! Look at that! I got a cool little badge now. Okay, timeout. Maybe we can't use this. Oh my god. Cool. There's some horrific, like, war crime tier bends in the cable kind of down there because it still doesn't want to go the right direction. But to protect your eyes, I did not show that part on the video. No need to contact your lawyers. I got you covered. We're all good. Oh, very epic. Number 16. Service required. I guess I'll take the clinical insanity route and keep rebooting it until something happens. No way. Oh, dude, insanity wins again. No way. Unbelievable. Let's fucking go. Press both triggers and start button to continue. All data on non-removable disk will be lost. That's what I'm talking about. Incredible. Do you have drive F? Press both triggers and start. Yes, I do have F. Okay, new disk. Okay, I guess we're gonna run through this one more time. Yes, we have F. Okay, and now it's copying over all the dashboard goodies and whatnot. Dude, I am in disbelief that it was genuinely just a joke. A little funny, if you may, that I was just gonna keep rebooting it. I was gonna do that like maybe once or twice, but it actually worked. We are actually copying files right now. My mind is blown. Man, this is a hell of an adapter, oh my god. Okay, yep. This was the way Half-Life 2 was intended to be played. On the original Xbox at 7 FPS with a Nintendo Switch controller. Scan translator. I hardly know her. This thing is Android-based. So I got to thinking, what other wacky devices are Android-based? I don't really have a use for it because God knows I don't read. And then we've got blue mic and red mic. Wait, what the heck? Wait, what the heck? What in the world? Zhu. Bruh, I looked it up on Google Translate to find the pronunciation.
Shui-ji-yu.
But if you translate it to English?
Blood lipids have.
What does it mean? It's like Android, but you're missing 5/6 of your phone. Oh, scanning failed. Please scan. Okay, we're gonna scan the word settlement. Settle. Let's try again. Settle men. Oh god, that was loud. These buttons down here are for like, I say something in English and then it translates it to somebody else and then they speak in like Chinese and then it translates that back to English for me. It's like a conversation thing. What is this? If you begin to get these IOIs from your targeted female, chances are she's ready to be kissed. What is this? Oh, it's examples of the word these? That is a odd example sentence, but okay. On a lot of Android devices, you can just hold the power button and volume down and you can get to like a recovery menu. Okay, so it doesn't seem to like that. Oh, wait, no, hold on. Okay, here we go. Android recovery. Oh my god, this is cursed. So we're kind of on our own as far as like support for this thing. I don't think there's like an XDA page for this thing. Can I just have it open the default Android settings app? Oh, yes, I can. Can I rotate? No. Rotate. Oh no, that's not what I wanted. Oh my god, dude, it has Bluetooth. Oh my god, I'm so excited, dude. I can't even like contain myself. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Ethernet? Oh no, I changed the screen density and I made it bigger. It is a quad-core 64-bit CPU, which is actually more than I expected out of this thing. What the hell? Plumbing repair? Get out of here. The screen is 340 by 800. Oh no, I lost my nav bar. Oh no. No. Before I got the nav keys working. I've had to reboot this thing every single time that I want to go back to the home menu. And it's a pain in the ass. So we'll enable Bluetooth, pair new device. Come on. Yes. Oh yeah, let's go. Oh man, I should have just done this to begin with. I can just do everything I gotta do from a controller. We drive in that Miat. Oh, let's go. Oh, it's really not great. This is giving me Leapfrog vibes. Although the Leapfrog was a little bit better than this. It feels like 60 to 70% speed. It runs though. Oh! Oh no. Oh no. Running slowly, frame skip. Okay. Oh, it's chugging. We're gonna enable all kinds of speed hacks. Alright, how about now? Oh, let's go. We're playable now, boys. This is pretty dang good in my opinion. This is ridiculous. Let me remind you guys, this is the size of the device we're working with here. Here's a AA battery. Where else on this godforsaken website are you ever gonna see anybody else playing Lego Indiana Jones on the Chinese English translator device? There is nowhere else. I'm the only one powerful enough to do this. Oh my god. That's sure something. This is what hell sounds like. Oh my god, my monkeys are feeling so bald right about now. This thing is just so amazing. It can watch fucking Interstellar. Oh yeah. This is nothing short of absolutely incredible. This thing is playing Half-Life like a champ. It's not going to show up on the video, but this is running 60 FPS, no issues at all right now. I'm like so impressed with this thing. Oh my god, it's trying. Oh, it's trying. Hello? Okay, it's having some issues. Okay, I have disabled audio, and I have set quality to be... Wow. Didn't even let me finish my sentence. Nope. Okay. Well, I have one more trick up my sleeve. Actually, no, I don't. Never mind. The iBoss. It's a 1U rack mountable something. It's a zero trust device. I don't know. I've never met an iBoss I couldn't trust. I stumbled across this website, ibossgames.weebly.com. iBoss network security. Games with no iBoss. You send this to all your homies that don't have an iBoss? Look at this guy. Imagine games with no iBoss. Hold on, games? Pokemon X and Pokemon Y. Cool math games, classic. I do not own any of these games. I found them and they work with iBoss. So this only continues to prove my point that the iBoss is absolutely a gaming machine. No doubt about it. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I'm looking at this thing and I'm like, huh, yeah, this says gaming to me. Okay, recognize this one. This is the gaming PC power cable, so we're already one gaming in. PS2 connectors for low latency gaming, okay. USB to connect all your gaming peripherals. This is the gaming port. VGA, only real gamers know about VGA. That's all I'm saying. Dual Ethernet ports for minimum ping. You know how many packets I could send across these? You know how quick I could do it? You know how low latency you could do it? Dude. Gaming! Oh my god, there's a... Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, this is the management interface. Okay, that's not gaming. So let's count it up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 gaming ports.
9 gaming ports!
Oh, I should probably begin with the loose dim. What is this doing in here? Look at all these. Oh my god. That's what, 8, 16, 32, 64. That is, whew, that might be the most dedotated yet. This might be the highest performing piece of crap computer we've looked at so far. Here's the gaming turbine. So this power supply is 260 watts. Wow. Gaming? Yeah, it's not very gaming. Who am I kidding? Whack ton of SATA ports though. That's pretty gaming. It's got an X in the model number. Yeah, it's gaming. And we've got an Intel gigabit. I'm sorry. Anything under 10 gig. It doesn't. Oh, it kind of upsets my stomach. And we're gonna hook up a keyboard now. Actually, we're gonna use the dirty cherry keyboard. Why wouldn't we? Hold on. We have the technology. Oh, this does not help me at all. Never mind, we do not have the technology. Don't mind me just plugging in my graphics card SATA. Wow, this is despicable. All right, let's see what she do. Oh, she do that. Stop. Oh no. Well, here's what we'll do. I'll hook it up to VG. Hey, stop. No. Do not interrupt me. Super Micro's a bro. Might as well be called Super Mike Bro. That wasn't good. I think we'll be in the clear. In the clear CMOS, that is. Bring his nose a thing or two. Crazy. It don't fit. The graphics card. Don't fit. The graphics card. Won't fit. Don't fit. Don't fit. There's an industry standard way to deal with this. I started 3D printing a Skeletor head. Future me who's editing this, can you add the Skeletor head here? Gaming, 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 gaming. Aye, boss. 480 gig Kingston. Go. Okay, we've got our SSD. We've got our flash drive. Let's get ourselves a little SteamOS. Oh, well, that's not good. Well, that didn't work. I'm so close to gaming right now. They actually set the default user as gamer. I don't know what the password is, though. Gamer. Oh, gamer was the password. Time to go to game mode. Oh, game mode did not work. Can I please have game mode? I'm shitting and pissing right now. Game mode, one more try. Come on. Come on, game mode. Come on. No. No, game mode's not working. Okay, time for the game mode we have at home. Oh no, this is terrible. Oh my god. Game mode, go. What a fuck? Steam, go. What a filthy setup. Have a look at this little dumbass right here. Matrox G200EW Nuvoton. Oh man. Oh no. Oh no, I'm just undulating back and forth. Yikes, dude. I don't know about this. Oh yeah, she rips. The FPS is so low that the audio can't even figure out what it's doing. Bruh. Oh my god, I fell out of the tram!
Wave goodbye, dumbass!
What? Is this even possible? Like in normal gameplay, is this even a thing you can do? What is happening? What? Oh hey, the FPS is okay now. Holy crap, dude. Bruh. Oh my god, look at our VRAM. Wait, is that 4 terabytes of VRAM? That is exactly 4,096 gigabytes. Oh hell no, they gave me the furry puzzle. Once again, installing SteamOS and then deleting SteamOS and then installing another OS and then just installing Windows at the very end. Let me introduce you to the game Among Us. One person is the imposter, or sussy, and everyone else is a crewmate, or not sus. One of them, fuck this, I'm not explaining how Among Us works. With no shortage of rich culture and tasteful derivative works, thousands of people have contributed to and modified Among Us as a concept. Some do it to change Among Us to their liking.
In today's Among Us video, we're doing something crazy. Someone has extremely deadly farts.
And some do it just to make it their own and express their creativity in a very normal and unconcerning way. Because as they say in the Among Us community, what do they say in the Among Us community? Sussy baka. It was only natural that at some point Linux and Among Us would combine forces. After all, just look at all the similarities between them that I've mentioned thus far. Gaming, sus. Please note that by downloading Among OS, you have an increased chance of being infected with the Sussy Amogus and Amogid69 virus. Please refer to here for treatment methods. What is this? Amogus Prevention Center?
You likely will have heard of Amogus. If you don't know what that is, the CDC defines it as the inability to dissociate reality from the popular 2018 video game, Among Us.
I actually cannot watch this anymore. You know how you're not supposed to like look up your symptoms because you don't want to online diagnose yourself? Every single symptom that this man just listed. Recognition of inanimate objects as characters from Among Us, everyday use of slang such as sus, translating aspects of Among Us to real life. I experience all of these symptoms. If anybody can recommend a doctor who specializes in Amogus, please leave me their contact info. Oh my, oh, I really want this sticker. Cock.md. Oh, the code of conduct. We're not actually going to be installing Among OS to the Steam Deck. My Steam Deck is sussy enough as it is. But I've got a truly sussy device today. Here we have the holy trinity of objects to make this Mac Mini truly sus. The Moog sticker. We need a better name. Sussy, bucket. All right. I've remade Among OS with the golden flash drive. There is no way that this won't work. Are you kidding me? It's actually working. Next time you're having Linux trouble, just switch to a golden flash drive, I suppose. Oh, hey, look, it's Santa. Hi, Santa. Wow, this is very Christmas themed. I mean, I guess I did download the very sussy Christmas edition. Connection established. I can mark off connecting to the internet on my tasks. Installing Among Us. Oh my god, look at the Among Us font. No way. Look at the A. This is crazy. Did they make this font just for this? Among Us.studio? I want to be Among Us.studio. No, I'm done with Bringus Studios. We're Among Us Studios now. No, Google, I'm not looking for suicide. Stay sussy. So we're stuck in Among OS playing the Raspberry Pi edition of Minecraft, which is God knows how old, which has been converted to x86. The lava doesn't flow. Bruh. What godforsaken version of Minecraft is this? Pi apps, x86. This is really just based... runme.html. Look at this little guy, this little character. Who is this? Is this Amogus's wife? I'm not up to date on the Among Us lore. Blueimposter.png. Everyone knows red is sus. Gandhi sus.png. Are you the sussy baka? Mahatma Gandhi. Thank you, Gandhi. There's a Mog on the moon. Windows 11 sus edit. Oh, I found the imposter. He's here. He's right here. Bill thought he could hide him from me. I'm really sad I didn't get to hear that when it booted up. I briefly saw it flash, never gonna give you up. Oh my, yes! I was thinking I wonder if they made a custom Among OS ASCII art. And they did, they fucking did. Oh, I'm so happy to see that. Intel i5 4260U. The GPU is your mom's. Installed Among Us successfully. God, I'm so excited. I'm so excited to play Among Us. What? Huh? What? You can't do this to me. My cursor just has Among Us everywhere I go. Every single time that I've had to retry installing Among Us on this stupid thing, it's taken literally hours. I mean, what can I say? That's pretty sus. Sus enough to make me think that it might be an imposter. I always knew you were sus. You can't tell me that you've never been in the classic scenario. You're talking with your buddies, you're looking for something to do, they're throwing out some classics like Mario Kart 64, Mario Kart Wii, you know, both good choices, but then you drop the stinker on them. Double Dash, Daisy's Cruiser, that's it boys, wrap it up. I know what we're playing, but then you get a, nah, pass. In your astonishment, you write a Reddit post about it, that a content farm turns into a TikTok, millions of people call you a cringe-ass nene baby, and basically, now you're oppressed. Look at the back of this thing. Do you see an Ethernet port on here? Hey, no, stop. Editor, stop trying to make me look stupid. Get that off of there. Editor, stop. You're making me look stupid. No, there's no Ethernet jack on the GameCube, which sucks. You could get one, but you needed this thing. Hey, can you, like, add a JPEG of the broadband adapter in my hand here? No? Okay, great. He won't do it. I hurt his feelings, little bitch. Anyway, holy crap, does this thing have the beans? Us cheap gamers see that $1,700 cost associated with playing on the real hardware, and we actually perish. See, look, I actually died. That's crazy. Why would I spend that when I can just pirate, emulate it instead? 4 Android phones, 16 controllers, 15 fellow gamers. Then get our 16-player game up and running faster than you can say. This was probably their first and last Huawei phone, considering Huawei made like the British and got nay-nayed. Oh no. It's a little chunky. Ooh. Why is the screen black? Hello? Is the game here? Yeah, no, the game is in there. It's just really dark. I love this music. Luigi Circuit Core. Wait a second. I don't like that. That's indicative of a bad time. Okay. Okay, HTC.
So one drive over to garbage tech heaven later, and I'm now the proud owner of the final phone required for the 16-player Double Dash setup, as well as this backup tablet.
Begin LAN mode. Yes. Oh, it already found 2 of them. Look at that. 2 Nintendo GameCube systems are connected. Oh, we got 3. We got 3. Okay, one more. Yes. Oh my god, there it is. I guess we can just hit start. Look at that, they're all connected. Okay, start game. Oh, they're going. It didn't even let us choose the map. Oh no. What happened?
He's got 8 GameCubes connected and they're running grid. Wait a second, what? Why is he using 8? Wait, hold on. No, you've got to be kidding me. The game doesn't support 4 players across 4 GameCubes. Only 2 players per console. If I'm gonna make 16 players happen, I'm gonna need 4 more phones. Back over to the e-waste store I went. This project has definitely left the realm of cheap at this point. The ultimate Android phone LAN setup. 8 phones, 8 USB Ethernet adapters, 1 modem, 1 router, and an infinite amount of disappointment. Not once was I able to get an 8-phone match going. For whatever reason, the second it goes to get in game, nope, the connection always fails before I can start playing. Also, this is what it sounds like with them all going at once. I tell you to kill me, but they're playing this audio in hell too. It's a cruel irony that I came so close, only to be denied the sweet taste of completion, which would have tasted like 16 people at once. But not in that way. That's weird. I handpicked the perfect devices for the job. None of it mattered. I may have been sitting in the driver's seat of this GameCube-themed vessel, but in the end, turns out that the steering wheel was never mine to control in the first place.
What do you get when you combine this with this? This. What do we got here? World Series Baseball 2K1, big hitter right here. NBA 2K, big baller right here. NHL 2K, big slapper right here. Oh, wow, this is in pristine condition. I want to take this to an AT&T store and ask them why it's not working. What else we got? Your friendly neighborhood abomination with a dubiously third-party memory card. Performance for use with Sega Dreamcast. Yeah, I don't know if performance and Dreamcast belong in the same sentence, but okay. Wait, who made this? The Chinese. But no, I meant like what brand? What brand is this? Just performance. Okay. Say it with me, everybody. Optical Media. Bad! Let's just get those cleaned up. All right, there we go. 3.3 volt ass. Samsung. God, I love poetry. So we're gonna get rid of this. I made sure to take the proper precautions before starting, so luckily nobody's gonna get hurt by this. Optical media isn't just bad, it's dangerous, it's infectious. Those who have the optical media bug, they spread it to others. And then this guy goes down on this guy. Sorry, let's give them some privacy. Alright, well, here we go. This is like getting intestinal tract surgery and the doctor's like, yeah, they kind of just go in there all squiggly like that. We'll just shove them in the corner. What was originally there? I think it was this screw. And the original won't fit, right? No, the original's too short. All right, set your cringe meters to 10, everybody. If you like what I do and want to see me do more, I'm over on Patreon. Description's where you look toward. Pop on over in here. Don't worry, let me get the door. Sorry, no OnlyFans. Sadly, I'm not a person who does that. If you're suddenly broke without $1 to spare, just join the Discord. You'll find me and my hair. It's a chill place. Everyone's got something to share. Description again, so hurry, get your ass in there. Do you love playing your Nintendo Switch, but hate when people know that you're playing it? Do you ever wish you could just go about your day without the burden of being seen as a gamer in public? But what if I told you that there was a better way? A way that you could game without anybody knowing? What if I told you that I'm... Oh, fuck, a blue shell? Sorry. What if I told you that I'm gaming right now? After all, if I'm gonna blend in as somebody who doesn't play video games, I'm gonna have to look like a normal person for once. I'm gonna use the original dock because A, I have a profound fear of third-party docks.
Oh, hell no.
Unfortunately, I don't have any standard mounting holes. Some holes for some more brass inserts, which you should definitely try and pick up with your fingers when they're hundreds of degrees, just like me, and like many wise men before me have said.
Oh yeah, dude, that ain't going nowhere.
After a reprint and a little unintentional yeeting.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna have the bomb squad called on me for this one. Actually, why don't I wrap it in the front? Okay, now I look even more like a suicide bomber. Oh, the zipper's on the wrong side. Is that just a Canadian thing? Okay, that's not bad. Other than the fact that I look pregnant. And if something goes wrong, I need to be able to, like, get to it. Dude, this really looks like I'm about to bomb something.
I'd say that the less I look like a potential threat to everybody in a 50-foot blast radius around me, the better. I don't want to look like a man of terror. I'm not saying the T-word, YouTube. I'm not going to do it. I'm not getting demonetized over this. I'm trying to avoid looking like this guy. That's what I'm getting at here. But without further ado, it's undercover gamer time. Never have I ever felt so comfortable gaming at CarMax. I can take my games on the go now anywhere in the world, and nobody has to know that I'm gaming. I'm not gaming. Not only do you get your dignity back as a gamer with this setup, you can multitask like never before. You get the best parts of doing things in public and gaming. So I don't have a great way to record what I'm seeing through the glasses, so I've kind of mocked this up to give you a close approximation here. If you've ever tried VR, it's very similar to how VR looks, but the picture on these is way clearer than something like my Quest 2. And with these, you can still see everything that's happening around you like crystal clear. It's really hard to explain. You just have to try it. It's cool. With the X-Real Air 2s, you can take your waiting for GameStop to open game to the next level. You'll be loitering like you've never loitered before with these babies.
I'm gaming in here. Oh, I just died.
The Apple iPhone. It's a complete enigma to me. This one is an iPhone 7. It comes equipped with the human slime upgrade. We are putting actual Android on this thing. So, okay, let's try this one more time, Linux style. And now I will be using my advanced copying and pasting skills. Wow, I can't launch Check Rain because my terminal is too small? That's a new one. How about now? Yeah! There we go. With love from Kim Jong Cracks. I didn't know that the glorious leader was a hobby jailbreak dev nowadays. I used to be into jailbreaking iPhones way more, and then I got my first Android device, and I was like, huh, this just does what a jailbroken iPhone does, but I don't have to jailbreak it. And ever since then, I haven't really looked back. Wow, Cydia has not changed at all. This has been going pretty good so far. I'm happy with this. We're finally gonna have a usable iPhone.
I'm afraid not.
Okay, we are now in something called Pongo OS, not to be confused with Tongo OS. Okay, this is just not working. New plan. MacBook moment. Well, look, we got Tux. We got two of them. Well, hopefully it's loading. I don't know. I guess I'll give it a little bit. Fellas, we've done it. Android 10. I am astounded that I've gotten to this point. I'm amazed that this works. We also only have 1 GB of storage free now. Okay, so here we are in Android 10. I think it's slightly customized. Kind of funny that there's navigation keys down here when there's still a home button. The home button doesn't do anything. Governor, conservative. Good to know the CPU goes to church every Sunday. GPU is Google Swift Shader. Microsoft PowerPoint here. You can open it and get a little bit in there. But that's it. Let me try again. Nope. Let's order a sandwich. Look at that. Jersey Mike's. Start a new order. Order it to my house. There we go. In-store pickup. 1 ham and provolone, please. Add to order. Order for Bringle Man. Wow, look at that. I could actually place an order at Jersey Mike's right now. You can't do much on this, but you can order a sandwich. These are some good memes. Install Android on iPhone. Challenge accepted. Share meme. Bluetooth. What else can we do? Eat poop? Welcome to Eat Poop, you cat. Mingus. Write a more better sentence. Android on the iPhone. It's here. It works. Sorta. Do I recommend you do this? No. This was terrible. Don't do this. But at the same time, okay, it's pretty cool. This is my PlayStation 4. It's supposed to be white, but it's not. It's modded, which for this channel is like saying, yeah, I breathe air. I want to see if this dude can play Counter-Strike 2. Are you serious, dude? Transparent terminal. Very cool. Oh no. Oh boy. I mean, it's working. You hear that popping in the audio? Oh, nice. I got a Steam message, and it kicked me to the desktop. Oh, that's filthy. That looks so bad. This guy looks like he could use a few more pixels. Oh, buddy. 6 FPS. Hello? Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. He's just going. I'm not pressing W. He's just going. Very nice. It has frozen the entire PS4. Come on, just one kill, please. Oh, I got a kill. I got a kill at 4 FPS. 20 FPS?
No.
Oh, no. Okay, right back down. Oh my goodness, no. No! Oh man. Look at those frame times. Don't crash, please. Don't crash. It hasn't crashed. I think we ran out of RAM. Yeah, we ran out of RAM. 6-second frame time. Can you play Counter-Strike 2 on the PlayStation 4? The answer is a resounding yes. Will you want to?
No.
There's someone I'd like you to meet. Meet Lenovo. You're supposed to hook up a really big webcam to it, and then you talk to your mom. If your mom is your boss. What the heck? Why would they? What? Are you telling me that Lenovo knows how magnets work? Nobody knows how magnets work. Hold on. The ultimate test. Oh, look at that. They all just stopped moving. Wow. Is this whole thing a magnet? Wait, hold on. We can kind of find where the magnet is. Hold on. There's more where that came from. So based on my highly scientific model here, we have 10 magnets. That's impressive. But how many magnets do I have? 16, 17, 18, 19. 19. You did pretty good, Lenovo, but I have 19 magnets.
Nope.
Oh my god. No! No! Irreparable harm has been caused.
Yeah, them city gamers ain't even know how to skin a Lenovo.
Yeah, look at that. The whole thing is like that. It's like... Wait, is this a map? So here's the focal point. You can see there's a path going this way. There's a pretty open corridor right here, and then there's one diagonally going this way. There's a skinny section we could take around the mound here, but I'm not sure where to go from here. Okay, well, we'll figure that one out another time. Time to break the Lenovo seal. Here's you, also you, still you, the Ethernet controller she tells you not to worry about. Anything under the fan? Oh, hey, what's up, little man? Hey, I'll catch you later. Got a Cactus brand SSD, 128 gigabytes, Human Slime Edition. What is this guy? This is a custom board by Google. M.2 accelerator with dual edge TPU. What is it though? Oh shoot, 400 FPS? That's all I needed to read. This is literally the most gaming card I've ever seen. 400 FPS? Are you serious? So when I touch these two guys together, he screams. When you don't like your solder points, you make your own. Oh, it's hauling ass now. Oh god, it's going, it's going. The fan went full speed like 7 times. Now nothing. Cool. Enterprise enrollment? That's not good. Can I be my own enterprise? Oh, I can be. Press PP button now. This thing doesn't have genitals. Reboot, but this time with Linux installed to a finger, and the Chromebook is fingered by it. Okay. Curb stomp the right protection to the Shadow Realm. You know what would really help to troubleshoot this? Having something that is known good and working to test my cable on. What I need is, for the first time in my life, a Chromebook. We're just gonna pretend that all of that never happened. There you go. Good as new.
Bazite. Bazite.
Oh my god. That dude puts Microsoft Sam to shame for creepiest text-to-speech. Bazite. I'm gonna enable that. Okay, almost 30 FPS. This is better than the PlayStation 4. We're going to 350p. Oh my goodness, why is this a supported resolution? I can hardly even distinguish the numbers on the FPS counter. Wow, this is like PlayStation 1 edition. Counter-Strike 2 for the PlayStation 1. Unfortunately though, this level of performance does not allow for circles. There is genuinely half a second between moving the mouse and something happening. Remember, it's not about the size of your graphics card, it's about how you use it. And oh boy, am I using it. 30 FPS, this is downright playable. If I was like 13 again and this is all that I had, I would still play the absolute shit out of this. If the options are A, don't play game, or B, play game, brother, the quality does not matter. I'm playing the game. Like, look at this one. Dude, 480p never looked so good. This is ridiculous. I'm impressed. I mean, I shouldn't be because it's 480p. Oh, yikes. Oh, this is not having it. Is this actually all low? So now we're gonna be rendering at half of 720p. And it's still terrible. That barely helped at all. What the heck? Look at this, dude. This is the Lenovo Google Meet gaming experience. Should you game on the Lenovo Google Meet Series 1 compute unit? No! Do not! Not a chance. Absolutely not. No. This thing has taken me over a week to get figured out between tracking down this stupid power jack, building this stupid debug cable, buying an entire Chromebook just to sanity check myself, soldering to the BIOS chip, and spending hours troubleshooting on Discord. All for what? Performance that an Xbox 360 would laugh at? Nah, dude. Don't buy this. System, and even less of them will really even run here, but it's a really cool oddity, and I'm glad that someone decided to make them playable on the Wii. It just adds to the already wacky nature of Wii homebrew. And you know, if you want to see another wacky repackaged GameCube, click the link at the top corner here where you can see my GameCube Mini version 2 that I built from scratch last year. It's less than half the size of a regular GameCube. This thing is sick. Okay, I'm going to quickly touch on the two big names in backup loading on the Wii. USB Loader GX and Nintendo. Between these two, they allow you to load up Wii and GameCube games right from the SD card or USB port on the Wii. There's a ton that you can do here in USB Loader GX. It might as well just be a replacement for the default Wii menu, to be honest with you. It can load your regular Wii channels as well as your backups and homebrew all from one app. Nintendo, on the other hand, it works super well to run GameCube ISOs, and it also supports memory card emulation. You don't even have to break out the old Mad Catz memory cube anymore. This is crazy. The best part about Nintendo, in my opinion, though, is that you can load USB HID drivers as well as some Bluetooth ones for all kinds of controllers. Like the entire DualShock family works, Xbox 360 controllers work, and Xbox One, the Switch Pro controller, and most importantly, the official USB GameCube controller adapter. And why is that important? We've got these right here. Well, there's a good percentage of Wiis out there that don't have GameCube controller ports due to some brain-dead cost-cutting from Nintendo, and no Wii U's have GameCube ports, so to play GameCube on the Wii U with a GameCube controller, this is far and away your best option. Oh yeah, did I mention that almost all Wii homebrew is also compatible with the Wii U? Yeah, it's pretty neat. Something that I had never really got a chance to mess with much as a kid were mods for existing Wii games. Back in 2010, the closest thing I ever got to modifying Wii games was with Ocarina codes, which are essentially the same thing as Action Replay if you've ever used one of those on the DS or the GameCube. Ocarina codes are their own kind of fun, but what I really want to show off are some full-blown community-developed mods, one of which being newer Super Mario Bros. I think you can probably figure out what the premise of this one is. The newer team who worked on this spent 3 years developing this thing, and they cranked out 128 unique levels that feel right at home with the original ones. It's got new graphics, new music, new worlds, new bosses. It's basically the Super Mario Galaxy 2 moment for New Super Mario Bros. I can't recommend this game enough if you're like me and you've already decimated the original game like 3 times over. Keeping with the theme of adding more content to existing games, Mario Kart Wii CTGPR is an amazing mod that lets you play over 200 community-made tracks, many of which bring back retro tracks that Nintendo never ported over, like my personal series favorite here, Wario Coliseum, which, I might add, is a travesty because this course pops off super hard, and I really want to see Nintendo add it to a booster update very badly. Anyway, it kind of pops off a little too hard here. CTGPR also backports 200cc mode, which as you can see kind of breaks shit. The courses I played with 200cc ranged from easy to hard to skill issue to completely broken. I'm glad it's here, but you have to play it differently than you might expect. And I'm not talking about like using your brake like you have to in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Here, the extra momentum that you get has to be managed properly. You can't just full send it off a boosted ramp and expect to make it to the other side in one piece. The courses don't compensate for that. But anyway, this mod also brings back online play, something never in a million years I would have thought was possible. I didn't personally try it, but from what I've been able to see, it looks no different than what I remember Mario Kart Wii Online being like back when I used to play it and it was still supported by Nintendo years ago. Between stuff like this and X-Link Kai, it makes me really happy to see that online play is coming back for these older games that I never ever would have thought we'd ever be able to play online again. And there's a whole lot more to CTGPR than I'm going to even cover here, so I seriously recommend you check it out if you're a big fan of Among Us. Bet you thought I was going to say Mario Kart Wii here. Get pranked, son, you sussy little baka. Next up is Project M. This is a mod I am personally super familiar with. This single mod created loads of friendships with people that I still hang out with to this day. So many memories of hooking this thing up at my high school with a portable LCD, click GameCube sticks with some buddies for hours until the activity bus would arrive at like 5 p.m. Oh man, good times. As for the mod itself, it's a mod for Super Smash Bros. Brawl that makes it more melee-like and encourages competitive play a lot more than stock Brawl does. And take it from me, your local melee hater, this mod is great. It reintroduces high-speed gameplay and more advanced tech, and it leaves all the silliness out. You know, like tripping over yourself for no goddamn reason. God, I hate stock Brawl. Just about every single character's moves and movements have been changed as well, so it may not play exactly like Brawl if that's what you're used to, but they're all pretty close, and they're worthy changes in the name of better balancing. I'm not as good as I was back in the day. A lot of my muscle memory for Project M has evolved for Smash 4 and then for Ultimate, but it's still a really enjoyable Smash game, and if you're picking from the 3 options that still have an active community on the Wii between Melee, Brawl, and Project M, I'm picking Project M. And like CTGPR, you can play online, but I'm not really as familiar with this process or if you can even do it on real Wii hardware. I've only seen it done in Dolphin, and I've only ever played couch multiplayer myself. Also, a little footnote, all the mods that I've touched on here have their own installation processes, but for a lot of other mods, you are going to probably end up using Revolution. It's like the bog standard mod loader on the Wii. But have you ever wanted to play Guitar Hero on your Wii but didn't have this game?
No.
No, you didn't? Okay, well, have you ever wanted to make a sick beat on the menu screen?
No.
No to that too. All right then. Well, have you ever wanted to play Guitar Hero with a GameCube controller?
No.
Yes, I hear the people saying, yes, we do. And we're just gonna mute these guys real quick. Okay, yes, let's do it. All right, well, I have the game just for you. It's Guitars on Fire, I struggle to say original homebrew game for the Wii, more than likely inspired by the PC Guitar Hero clone Frets on Fire. And while this is a fine game, I don't have a Wii Guitar Hero controller, so I'm left to fumble around with a GameCube controller instead. The buttons are mapped with R being green, A being blue, X being red, Y being yellow, and B being orange, intuitively. Also, you get insulted when you lose. It's a nice touch.
You've just found a new way to suck.
And that brings me to X-Axis. Man, what the fuck? Supposedly, it's a procedurally generated shooter. In reality, God help me, I couldn't figure out how to move from this pivot point, or even if you're supposed to at all, and there's only 2 guns, neither of which have an ammo counter and have similar cooldown times, but there's one that shoots rockets, and it's so much better than this other one. I don't even know why you'd use this tennis ball gun looking ass one. The rockets that the other one fires seems like they have a way better AoE, and they also home to their targets. This gun is just way better in every way. I got past level 1, but for the life of me, I cannot beat level 2. Snakes and eldritch horrors I can handle, but when you break out the, God, I don't even know, man. I can't even think of a joke for this one. What is this supposed to be? I don't understand what I'm looking at. And then there's dinosaurs or something, and oh yeah, also the Bow-Rock from Bionicle are here. I do want to see what other nightmare creatures await you in this game, but I genuinely can't get past level 2, so unfortunately we're going to be living in mystery for the rest of our lives. This right here is another original homebrew game called I'm gonna go with Nuo Shooter, which I imagine was inspired by early Star Fox games. It's pretty technically impressive according to my never made a Wii game before ass. It controls pretty jankily. You're supposed to use the pointer to shoot and then the D-pad to move, but this kinda hurt my brain, so I enabled waggle controls, but this was a mistake because I underestimated how awful it would be to try to point at a particular spot on the screen, but also rotate the Wii remote around at the same time. You have to move like one of these robotic arm things and keep the pointer in exactly the same spot while you shimmy around. But in general, homebrew games like this are good fun. But whenever I play them, there's always this like primal caveman voice in the back of my head. It's the same one that gets excited by bright and beautiful graphics and grand cinematic experiences, and when homebrew games don't live up to the expectations that I subconsciously have for what a video game should be, it almost makes them feel pointless. I mean, you can argue that they're the ultimate expression of not only persistence, but also creativity and freedom in the gaming world. But something in me will always wonder if homebrew games really have value. Despite being this result of passionate hobbyists who reject the idea that you have to be a real game dev in order to create a game, does it matter? Does any of that matter? It doesn't really change anything. Even though these people made something without publishers or without dev kits and without budgets, at the end of the day, the only thing that comes from that is a worse product comparatively. Sure, they make do with only a fraction of what Nintendo's got, but again, at the end of the day, all that results in is a worse experience. There's nothing stopping you from putting Nuo Shooter up against a game like Panzer Dragoon Orta and nitpick it to death. The graphics here are better, the gameplay is better, the control scheme is better, the art style is better. You could sit here and tear Nuo Shooter apart piece by piece all day long, and you would be objectively correct about everything that you say about it. And it's not even the dev's fault. All the effort in the world isn't enough for a single guy to hold their own against multi-million-dollar companies that make games like these. So then, does Nuo Shooter have any value? The developer probably went through hell and back developing it. I mean, I'm sure all they had to work with was unofficial tools and documentation, which is bound to be a hindrance. But as admirable as that whole struggle is, the struggle itself can't give Nuo Shooter any intrinsic value. And let me define what I mean by intrinsic value here. If something has intrinsic value, it means it has value by itself because of what it is. For example, true happiness may be the most pure form of intrinsic value because, well, being happy feels good and feeling good is valuable. Happiness doesn't depend on anything else to be valuable to you. It just is. And then as the opposite of that, you could think of money. And I'm not trying to say here, oh, money can't buy you happiness, because that's some false boomer bullshit. What I'm saying is that money is valuable because it buys you happiness. When you win a $100 bill, you don't value it for being what it is, because what it is a green piece of paper. You value that green piece of paper for what it represents. The physical $100 bill is merely a vessel to lead you to what is actually valuable. This is called extrinsic value. In order for these kinds of things to be valuable, they depend on something with intrinsic value to back them up. Extrinsic value can also be taken away if what it depends on is taken away. So if money didn't let you buy the things that you want or the things that you need, it would no longer have any value at all. And with homebrew games, they have a value beyond what you can see and beyond what you experience while playing them. And I realize it's a gross generalization to say that no homebrew game is good or no homebrew game has any intrinsic value, but at least for some of the things you'll find on game consoles like the DS or Wii, some of these homebrew games' value comes from something more than just the game that they are. These games matter so much because of what they represent. They represent the persistence of people who refuse to stay inside of the walled garden that a Nintendo or a Sony will set up for us to play safely in. And probably most important of all, they represent the idea, fuck you, I want to do this, so I'm going to do it. Homebrew games are not just games. They're what drive people to keep the homebrew and hacking community alive. They inspire people to push the limits of what's possible with their old video game technology. Statements that can do that have incredible value, and for that reason, so do the games that represent them. And as long as people value being able to make whatever they want with their own hardware, nobody can take that value away. Congratulations, you made it to the end! I also want to note that I'm not dogging on Nuo Shooter for any particular reason here. It's just an example. You can swap it out with any other homebrew game. I have nothing but respect for people that dev homebrew stuff. I want to make that clear. They're way more skilled at programming than I will ever be. And the same dev that made Nuo Shooter actually made like 10 different games for the Wii, and he's still active and developing for the Wii to this day. He's a goddamn legend. And I'll even drop his Twitter in the description. And if you want to see more homebrew overviews like this, I've got videos out for the DS, the PSP, the 3DS, and the Quest 2 all on my channel right now, and there's always more coming, so get subscribed and let me know which console you want to see me cover next in the comments. And if you want to see me, the Bringle Man himself, I am going to be at LTX this year in Vancouver, Canada. And the first person that approaches me there will get a, you know, like the meaty part of your hand, like right under your thumb. I'll sign that. And if you're looking for more Wii videos, I just published one where I created my own Wii XL. It's over 12 times the volume of the original, so if you're into thick Wiis, I got you. Check out my Patreon if you want to support the creation of new videos, and with that, I'll see you in the next one. I am a VR person through and through. Well, not like this. Bruh. The day Google released the Google Cardboard, you bet I shoved my phone in that stupid little box, and I had a grand old time. After that, I had the original Oculus Rift. That's the thing that truly opened my mind to what an immersive gaming experience can be. Wow! The motion controls and the 3D environments that you could be in, it was just such a massive jump ahead in technology compared to anything else at the time. The closest I'd ever got to any other immersive gaming experience before this was probably the 3DS, which is just about as immersive as, you know, staring at a 3-inch screen, I guess. What, do you expect a joke here or something? Huh? What, do you think I'm some funny internet man or something, huh? I'll show you a funny internet man. Oh, wait. No, I can't. Look at this guy right here. Everybody knows this guy. He made this thing right here. The Meta Quest. Why did you do that? Take it back. Take what back? Call it by its name, damn it. Call it by what? The Oculus Quest 2. What? We do not say Meta in this household. Rip Oculus. After their acquisition in 2014, which was 9 years ago, by the way, Oculus was slowly absorbed into Facebook, which then became Meta. Which is why this is here. I hate this so much. Some of the earlier models do still say Oculus on them, and you bet your ass I'm jealous of the people that got that one. See, I used to have a first generation Vive after wanting a bit more out of my Oculus Rift. And that Vive is where I enjoyed and discovered a lot of my favorite VR games like Beat Saber, Gorn, Robo Recall, Davi Go, Diner Duo, and of course, Half-Life Alyx. But if I had such good experiences with the Vive, why would I trade it for the Zuck box? Wasn't by choice. Between now and then, a lot of life has happened. I've just needed to downsize here and there. Even now, I don't, like, really have the proper room to do room scale VR. And with that in mind, that is where this starts making a bit more sense. I don't have to be tethered to my PC with this thing. I can take it wherever I want. And I know what you guys are thinking, so I'm just gonna come out and say it. Yeah, it works at Quiznos. It's not the perfect solution because, yes, you are compromising on visual quality, since it's basically like an Android phone inside of the headset doing all the work. But goddammit, dude, it's a lot better than playing no VR at all, I'll say that. The tracking, also, not the best, but I'm also a bit spoiled coming from the Vive, which had these dedicated base stations for tracking. But again, for what this is, the inside-out tracking method that it uses is not too bad. Does this right here look like a guy who's getting bogged down, nitpicking about tracking stations and stuff to you? No, this guy's having a great time. What I'm trying to say here is the Quest 2, despite that, is pretty awesome, and it's the perfect headset for my needs. But if you know a thing about me and my studio here, you'd know that I'm built different. And a VR headset needs to do a lot more than just play VR games to impress me. So, the Quest 2, being Android-based, can run your typical Android phone and tablet games. You have to sideload everything as APK files. It's actually pretty easy. You use this app called SideQuest. I'm not going to get into it in this video, but I am going to link a video in the description of someone who does a better job of explaining it than I would, so go check that out if you want to install it yourself. Keep in mind, though, that there are no Google Play services here, and some games just straight up will not work without it. And I did try to look this up myself, and in my search I came across this video.
VMOS Pro is an Android virtual machine app that allows users to run a separate Android operating system within their current Android device.
And I guess this is an app that will run Google Play services in a virtual machine, and not only would this solution probably run horrible, but then the guy in the video goes on to say,
VMOS.com. Yep, it's the one with the funny Chinese characters.
So I did not do that, but I did download some old school Android games that shouldn't need Google Play services to run. And while Angry Birds here didn't work at all because it's just broken, Jet Car Stunts didn't work here because the game uses gyro controls for steering. And I tried everything I could think of, and I looked around in all the settings here, but for the life of me, I could not find a way to make the game think that I was tilting the device. So I would suspect that any games that use motion control for their control scheme are going to be a no-go. Kind of crazy that we have all of this motion control sensors and gyro sensors and everything in these controllers, yet Mark Facebook himself could not be bothered to implement any of them in a way that could play regular Android games, despite every other Android device pretty much ever having the hardware and the support for motion controls in games. Just want to like shake his stupid little reptilian neck. Or maybe it is actually doable and really simple, and I'm just a stupid asshole. Could be either. Piano Tiles worked pretty well though. And after that, I went to go try Piano Tiles VR, which is a thing. And then it told me that I needed to set up hand tracking, which I had no idea about at the time. So I got all that set up. And then I just kind of had to stop for a second because my mind was blown. I had no idea you could do this. What's even cooler is that it actually works pretty well. I mean, at least it seemed to when I was playing Piano Tiles VR specifically. Also, I'm sure this game has the proper licenses from Disney to use these Stormtrooper and Yoda models. This game is pretty janky and unresponsive, and eventually I just adopted the strategy that the Stormtroopers were demonstrating, and then after doing that, the game was much easier. Also, at some point, my VR space station house thing disappeared, so now I'm kind of just like floating in space.
In space.
Anyway, after the riveting experience that was Piano Tiles VR, I wondered if there were any other Android titles that had like a proper VR counterpart, and that had caused me to stumble upon Angry Birds VR. This is way more polished since it's an officially licensed game, and to be honest, this is a really decent take on Angry Birds in like a 3D space. I had a lot of fun launching these dudes around. This guy doesn't get a chance though. Screw this guy. There's some other games I found for the Quest 2 that will take traditionally PC games and then kind of just shoehorn in VR support, like Questcraft. I was instantly amazed when I got into the menu here and saw just how huge the scale of a Minecraft block really is. You just don't realize until they're right in front of your face like this. In Questcraft, as far as I can tell, it's not only a port of Minecraft to the Quest 2, but also just a port of Minecraft Java in general to Android, which is crazy. This isn't like a modified version of the typical Android Bedrock edition. This is the full, latest version of Minecraft Java for PC.
Minecraft Java.
Welcome. You can chop down trees with your fist, make a crafting table, fall into an underground pool of water without knowing how to swim, you know, as you do. The list goes on and on. It runs horrible, which you would expect from running the full PC version of the game here, but the fact that it's here at all is really cool. It's a shame that Microsoft never gave Bedrock Pocket Edition official VR support, because if this was more polished, I feel like it would be really fun. Lambda 1 VR is a mod along the same lines as Questcraft, but with Half-Life 1. This runs significantly better than Questcraft, which I would hope from a game from 1998. This was really cool to play. I was inside of the cutscene that I've seen 100 times. I was actually a passenger on the train that takes you to Black Mesa. I just thought that was really cool. But then I saw this ugly motherfucker. Yeah, for some reason the HD models are enabled in this port, so that's gross.
Oh, that's real nice.
Anyway, I got into the Black Mesa building, got my HEV suit, and then really I only made it down the elevator before I started feeling like I was gonna blow chunks. So just to be safe, I called it quits. It's a great experience, don't get me wrong. It's totally worth trying. I just don't really have the stomach for games that have you smoothly walking most of the time, and don't even get me started on characters jumping in VR. Ooh. There's also Half-Life 2 VR mods out there, but those don't run natively on the Quest 2 like this does. You'd have to use Quest Link for that. And speaking of Quest Link, the Quest 2 obviously is a purpose-built standalone VR headset, but that doesn't stop it from working like a tethered one too. And what's even better is that you're not tethered at all. At least that's the theory. So there's a feature on this thing called AirLink that lets you play your PC, Oculus Rift, and Steam VR games like you had a Valve Index or Vive or a Rift. Now, I know what you're thinking. You can hardly get TV shows to stream reliably over your Wi-Fi. Streaming VR must be an awful time with how sensitive people are to frame drops and lag and all that. Yeah, no, I'm just gonna get motion sickness if I try that.
But as it turns out, that might be what you get.
Yeah, it's not great. Here, my girlfriend and I are both playing the Diner Duo. It's a pretty cool asymmetric VR game where one of you is manning the grill and making orders, and the other one is taking and serving the orders. I used Oculus Air Link to play this, since it's a Steam VR game, and you can see on the capture here that my VR gameplay actually looks really smooth, but in reality, it was not great. Here it only managed to capture what Steam VR was sending to the Quest, not what I was receiving. And trust me, what I was receiving is far worse than what you see here. If I had to describe it, I'd say that 75% of the time, it was fine. But then it would freeze for like a whole second or drop the FPS down to like 10, and then I'd suddenly get very, very aware of my stomach. But luckily, you also do get the option of connecting a Type-C cable and sending the video feed that way. I'd even call it a okay experience, really. And you know what? Quality aside, I'm just really glad I actually got to boot up Half-Life Alyx again after over a year and a half without being able to have a way to play it. But initially, it was pretty rocky. Things were stuttering and lagging, and I had to go change some settings, and after that, it smoothed out. When OBS is recording, it needs me to bump things down a notch in order to keep the frame rate consistent. Well, is it better than the Vive? No, not really. The screen on here is a little nicer. I remember the screen door effect being much more of an issue on the Vive than it is here on the Quest 2. Despite being directly connected to the PC, there's a really noticeable amount of latency and video compression, and the tracking felt like it had absolutely no idea what was going on sometimes. It was pretty noticeable every time I had to reach behind myself to grab ammo, and it could get screwy enough to actually give me trouble throwing these grenades around, and I ended up blowing myself up. Twice. But I'll give this thing the benefit of the doubt. I'll try something a little lighter. Among Us VR is...
Get the flip out of here.
I witnessed that. Something. I have never felt like I did not belong somewhere more than I did while inside of this game.
He was trying to skip.
Anyway, it seems like it ran a lot better than Half-Life Alyx did, but at the same time, you're doing a lot less precise movement in Among Us compared to Half-Life Alyx, so kinda up in the air how I feel about Quest Link. It just seems like it should be a lot better. I mean, I'm directly connected to my PC. Why shouldn't it work as good as a Rift S, you know? I've also had some friends tell me that it works no problem for them, so it's just kind of one of those things that might work differently for everybody, I guess. So if it works great for you, then great. But for me, it was finicky at best and pretty broken at the worst.
Hey guys, if you vote me, you guys are racist because I'm black. Oh.
One thing that Android does best is running emulators. I picked newer consoles to emulate this time around compared to my other videos, because we all know that this thing is going to be able to run NES, Genesis, GBA, Atari, all that light stuff. It's not going to be a problem here. So I decided to start off my emulation adventure with the DS and Drastic. This is a paid app that emulates the Nintendo DS, and it's easily the best performing DS emulator for Android. I bought it years ago on Google Play, and obviously the Quest 2 doesn't have Google Play services, so I had to sideload the APK manually like everything else on here. Either way though, it absolutely refused to open up anything in my internal storage, and no amount of messing with the permissions or reinstalling the app or force close and clearing the data, nothing would get this thing to work. So unfortunately, I have no idea how DS runs on here. This dude right here got it to work on the Quest 1, and it looks pretty good for him, so I assume it would run fine on the Quest 2. But how about some good news? PlayStation 1 games run great on the Quest 2. It's got enough power to handle PS1 no problem. No slowdowns or horrible frame times, it's just great. Dreamcast via Raycast runs really well here. This is my first experience with Dreamcast emulation actually, and I'd say that the Quest 2 is handling it just fine. It's pretty cool to be able to play on such a relatively big screen in my field of vision, and everything looks really sharp, it's great. GameCube is pretty much more of the same. From what I could tell, there's no slowdowns and everything seems to be working alright. I wish I had more to say about the PS1, the Dreamcast, and the GameCube, but to be honest, when it comes to emulation, the less I have to say, the better. After a while, you forget you're playing games in an emulator and you just play the games. That's how it should be. Anyway, the good news is now over. Wii is up next and it's running? Not at 100% speed, I can tell you that. I played around with the settings to see if I could get any more performance out of it, and I even tried a fork of Dolphin called MMJR, which is supposed to run better, but like the DS, I couldn't get this working either. Wii emulation seems like it might be just a bit past what the Quest 2 is comfortable with running, in my experience at least. But if you can make it run well on yours, then you get a Bringus Studios seal of a good job, gamer. N64 is super perfectly not bad. I don't know. I guess it's good. GoldenEye chugged a little bit, but Mario 64 was spot on. Also, on the subject of Mario 64, there is a source port of Mario 64 to the Quest 2 that lets you look around and see everything in first person from Mario's point of view, which is pretty cool. And that leads me into the Sony PSP, which is easily the best emulator here. And the reason I say that is because it does this. You can look around in the game world of the game that you're emulating. Dude, I don't know what kind of unholy black magic fuckery the PPSSPP VR devs had to summon to get this thing working, but it is crazy to experience. It's so cool. I love this so much that I went back to add more PSP ISOs to my Quest 2. I just want to see what other stuff I can look at in some of my favorite games. This game right here is Mercury, a physics-based puzzle platformer, and you are definitely not supposed to be able to look behind yourself like this, but fuck it, we're playing on the Quest 2, so I don't care. I'm gonna do it anyway. You know what? Screw the rules. There are no rules. I'm gonna boot up Tony Hawk's Underground 2 Remix, start a new game, look exactly this far to the left during this cutscene, and then stare at this van right here that I bet nobody else has ever seen in their entire life, because how could they? I'm not first at much in life, but between finishing and seeing this van, I come first, baby. I tried to think of some of the best games to try this out on, and of course that meant trying Wipeout Pure. This was awesome. Being able to see the scale and the size of the ships and the track and everything. Now that I'm going back and watching this recording, I realize it pretty much looks like any other gameplay of Wipeout. It just doesn't do it justice. But if you have a Quest 2, you have to see this for yourself. This game has such a beautiful world, and there's so much to look at while you're racing. It's just awesome. The final PSP game that I tried was Star Wars Battlefront 2 because I thought, I don't know, it'd be neat. But actually it was just vomit-inducing for whatever reason, so I didn't really spend much time in here after all. But anyway, PSP emulation on the Quest 2 is sick. If I was She Says, I'd be watching my back. This thing's gonna put him out of business. Anyway, taking a sidestep from gaming, what good would this thing be if you can't watch Bringus Studios videos on it? YouTube and web browsing as a whole really works pretty good. And the built-in browser can detect when you're full screening a video and it'll change itself to theater mode and you just get this massive screen to watch your videos on. Me personally, my eyes and face are way too sensitive to consume any content like this for a long period of time. But if you can do it, then, I hate you. But if you can do it, then you should try it. It's really nice. You know, it's kind of like headphones for your eyes, now that I'm thinking about it. The browser is also featured enough to let you download some APKs directly from it and then install them, which is nice. Between the homebrew and the emulators and PC Link, the Quest 2 is pretty cool. I like it. The whole process of modding it is also really fun. If you like soft modding consoles like the Wii or the 3DS or the PSP, there isn't like as much hackery, I guess, involved in this. You make like a Facebook developer account and stuff. It's kind of weird, but the process, I guess, is kind of similar. I hope you enjoy. Nope, no outro yet. Hold on, we're not done. That's it for the Quest 2, but hold on, do not click off this video yet. Hold on, there was a giveaway that I ran in my last video, and we're picking the winner right now. And the winner of the $7.99 Lenovo is Jack Neely 7772 over on YouTube. All right, Jack, here's how you claim your prize. I've got a link to my Discord server down in the description. You need to go ahead and join the Discord, find me on there, and then go ahead and send me a DM, and we can hash out all the details so I can get that thing to you. And for everyone else, if something comes up and it doesn't work out and we have to pick someone else, go ahead and make sure you look at my community posts page on my channel. Once I've either confirmed with Jack that he's going to be able to receive it, or I have to go and pick someone else, I'm going to make a community post about it so you guys can get some closure, I guess. But yeah, congratulations, Jack Neely. The $7.99 Lenovo is yours. You just got to message me to get it. And anyone else that's interested, that Discord is open for anyone to join. That's my official Bringus Studios Discord. So you're welcome to talk with other people that like modding, hacking, stuff like that. You're welcome to post your memes, post pictures of your cat. We got something for everybody. But anyway, that's going to be it for this video. Thanks for coming along on the ride. I will see you in the next one. The Nintendo DS is the first console that I ever bought new. Me and my sisters all pitched in and we bought a brand spanking new Crimson and Black DS Lite. And then 3 months later, the DSi came out. But even in the shadow of its cooler younger brother, the DS and the DS Lite were still incredible systems that offered the most unique gaming experience around. And unique is the choice word here because, but despite its technical limitations, it does deserve to be looked at again in 2022 because believe it or not, the DS is literally only 2 months away from being a legal adult. This thing is about to push 2 decades old, and there's a lot of people out there who missed out on everything and didn't get to make any memories with it. But even the people that did grow up with this thing still might have missed out on one particular part of the DS's history, the homebrew scene. Alright, so you decided you want to run some DS homebrew. How are you going to do it? Usually you're going to do it from this slot right here, the DS game card slot. Technically there's ways to do it with the GBA slot, but nah, just don't do it. The easiest way to do it is to pick up one of these, a DS flash card. It's kind of just like a DS game that has a micro SD card slot on it. And back in the DS homebrew scene's heyday, oh man, there was no shortage of these things. They were so common that you'd have a hard time keeping them out of your house. Mom, they're getting in again. Let's see, we had the R4, the Ace card, the DSTT, the M3. Those were some of the big hitters, and I guess to some extent, Daytale's Action Replay kinda counts. They all had their own strengths and weaknesses. Some of them had spin-offs and variations, but it was usually just to introduce DSi and 3DS support later on. And of course, my personal favorite flash card is the R4 3DS Upgrade Snoopy Revolution for 3DS, 2DS, NDSi, new 3DS, 2DS, LL, XL, dual-core wood kernel update. The one that I've got right here is the Gateway Blue card. Long story short, it's not really intended to be a DS flash cart. It was for a homebrew thing on the 3DS, but essentially it's just an R4 flash cart. Also, a funny little footnote with these things is that each one of them shows up as a random game to try and trick the system into letting it run. Alright, you have your flash cart, but now what do you do with it? Well, you could break that question down into 4 different categories. You can play community-made games, run homebrew apps, emulate other consoles, and commit multiple federal crimes. We'll start out by looking at a homebrew app called Nitro Tracker. It's actually really sick. It's a pretty well-featured music production program for chiptune style music. I even got it to sample my very own bruh. But I will be honest, I don't really know anything about making music in general. This is all way over my head. I just know it's impressive software for being on a DS. Anyway, one smooth transition later, we'll check out some homebrew games made by community members. A really impressive one is DS Craft, a Minecraft clone that Microsoft does not want you to know about. It's really bare bones, and it resembles Minecraft Alpha more than anything that's out today. It does have an okay selection of blocks to pick from, and it mostly just suffers from the DS's lack of good controls for any 3D games at all. However, it does get an A+ from me, since despite these limitations, I was able to make a minimalist rendition of Old Spice deodorant. It's definitely more of a cool showcase of what programmers can do with the DS homebrew stuff than an actual game. But even then, it is still crazy that they managed to get a game like this, even in its current state, on the DS, with just community-made tools. And how could I possibly talk about homebrew without the homebrew community's version of Frank's Red Hot?
I put that shit on everything.
Doom is here, because of course it is, and it plays really well. Once again, it does suffer from the DS's controls, but not as much since Doom is less reliant on needing to look up and down than Minecraft is. It's a fitting addition to the DS's homebrew scene, and a pretty good way to play Doom on the go, to be honest. This one is actually pretty notorious. Still Alive DS is a port of Portal the Flash version, which itself is a 2D side-scrolling puzzle game that's inspired by Portal's mechanics. It's actually a really great game, and it complements the original Portal really nicely. It's a lot of fun. I played the pants off this game when I was a kid, and I was really excited to go and download it again. But sometime between then and now, someone made another Portal-inspired game for the DS called Portal DS, which I thought was Still Alive DS, but no, it's a f***ing fully 3D Portal game on the DS. Yeah, needless to say, I am blown away by this. I've never seen this before until just now. Like, this was not an actual team of people professionally making games that made this. This was just DS homebrew community members. The stuff that they were able to do near the end of the DS's lifespan with homebrew was crazy. Anyway, about the actual game itself, I would have loved to play more of it, but it was just really difficult to get the DS to do what I was trying to get it to do, once again because of the limited controls. Overall though, you can absolutely color me impressed with this one. Alright, what goes better together than homebrew and emulation? The DS has no shortage of emulation options. You're pretty well covered when it comes to any system from the Sega Genesis and older. And I say Sega Genesis specifically and not Super Nintendo because the DS has some, issues with it. Sick. But I had a great time playing Sega Genesis games, Game Boy games, and NES games. You know what really surprised me though is that GBA emulation is now really trivial. People used to spend a lot of money on a flash cart called the SuperCard DS2 because it had its own SoC on the cartridge, specifically there to emulate GBA games. And if you didn't have this specific flash cart, you were kinda out of luck. Man, imagine invalidating thousands of people's purchasing decision with a 260 kilobyte file. But yeah, coming back to the present, GBA runs great on any flash cart now. I didn't experience any slowdowns or glitches, other than maybe like 1 second of stuttering on a loading screen. There's also a handful of retro PC emulators out there for the DS, but I don't really have the funds to hire an archaeologist for this video, so I won't be checking any of those out. Overall though, the DS is a really good emulation device for older titles, and the control scheme is just perfect for it. Now though, we get into the legal gray area part of flash carts. You probably already assumed that these things can boot up and play regular retail DS ROMs of actual cartridges, and you'd be right, they play them flawlessly. Well, I guess you might lose out on a couple more advanced features on some cartridges, like on Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver, they had an IR sensor inside of the cartridge to communicate with something called the Pokewalker. It was a pedometer Nintendo released to compete with the Tamagotchi craze of the 2000s. But forgettable accessories aside, you couldn't even tell that you were risking jail time to play Super Mario 64 DS. You know what else is cool is you can actually still use DS download play on most games. It's a great way to make your friends unwitting accomplices. And remember kids,